Karen, do we have our people online? Okay. Well, it is 11:45 and it appears as though we do have a quorum. We are waiting for one more counselor in person and one more online, but I believe we are ready to begin. So I want to welcome everyone here. Thank you for coming and thank you for taking your time to be here to interview today. And this special workshop is for the scoring of the applications. All of the counselors should have done their pre-scoring, and we are going to interview each of our applicants, and then I believe we will take a 15-minute break for compiling of all of the scores, and then we will come back and reconvene after that. But to begin with, we do have a presentation from our city attorney, Stephanie Nuttall. So we will just give that to Stephanie.
Thank you. We are here, as was noted, to do the application review process for the Addressing Homelessness Grant Program. I'm going to go over our agenda for today briefly, and then as we get to each component of what's on our agenda, we'll go a little bit more in depth as far as what's required. So our agenda today, we're going to talk briefly about the grant process, kind of the timeline that brought us here and where we're going from this point forward, what the requirements outlined in the RFP were, and then we'll talk about the disqualifiers for our applicants that was contained within the RFP. At that point, we'll have a discussion about whether council believes any applicant should be disqualified. If they are, they will be excused from today's process, but we'll have that discussion when we get there. After that, we will go into interviews. Each applicant will be given 5 to 10 minutes to present and discuss their proposal, and then after that, council will have the ability to ask questions about each application. Once the interviews are complete, once all of the interviews are complete, council will then discuss the scoring of each application. We'll walk through the scoring sheets for each applicant, probably in the same order that we do the interviews, which is going to be alphabetical. You, at any point during the interviews, discussions, etc., you are welcome to change your scores that you pre-scored. The reason why we do this is so that you review the applications up front, decide what you think, but then in conversation and discussion with other council members, you can change your mind or see things differently. So you can update those scores. I'll then collect your scoring sheets at the end of that discussion and tabulate the final scores and come back before you to get direction on what you would like me to do with those scores. So with that, any questions about the process we're going to follow today? All right, our grant process, the RFP was issued on September 5th of 2025 with a deadline for submissions of October 9th. We've been in the initial review period since then, so for the last 9-10 days, council has had the opportunity to review those. Also during that initial review process, staff provided feedback regarding code and location information, risk assessment, and other important factors in your consideration. You should have all of that information before you. Today, what we're here for is interviews and scoring. And if council then chooses to proceed, we will move forward with contract preparation, intent to award consideration, a protest period, and potentially execution of a final agreement. All of those would be as council directs. The requirements for proposals were that the site be located within the Grants Pass urban growth boundary, that it be fully operational within 6 months, that it provide 24/7 managed shelter services, have a capacity of at least 150 and meet ADA accessibility requirements, provide or facilitate the provision of optional programming. The applications were required to identify zoning and show consistency with allowed uses, and they were expected to consider reasonable separation from socially sensitive areas, reasonable access to support services, and avoidance of environmentally sensitive areas. Those were the key factors that we were requiring of our applicants. The disqualifiers in the RFP, optional, were concerning risk review, and the optional really means that we can mitigate with contractual terms. So if there's a concern with those, we can find a way to address that. It doesn't necessarily have to disqualify. Unallowable costs. With unallowable costs, you simply don't fund the unallowable costs. Or missing application components, and that would be up to council whether or not any of those things were constituted disqualification or some level of mitigation. The shall disqualifiers, or the mandatory ones, were failure to meet program requirements, unacceptable location, and that was based on code compliance, not social. So just making sure that everyone understands that we're not talking about do we want it here, it's can it be here under our zoning code. Missing application deadlines. Applications would not be before you if deadlines had been missed. And improper communication. So with that, I will, the first page on your scoring sheets were the disqualifiers. And with that, we can have a discussion about whether any applicant should be disqualified.
Seth?
Yeah, I think the application from Tender Technologies should be disqualified. I mean, there's a lot of missing application components. I guess unacceptable location could be one. There was no location, so yeah. Failure to meet program requirements.
Rob?
Yeah, on the Pathways application, there is no location, so to me that also is an immediate disqualifier.
Indra?
I would support both of those. Tender Technologies, no location. Pathways, no location, immediate disqualifier. Also with Pathways, some improper communication, I think, adds to disqualification as well.
So I believe we're going to move into discussion on those items. Is that okay? So we're going to move into discussion on those items, and we will begin with the first, which was Tender Technologies. And so if I understand this correctly, there were missing parts of the, if you'll go back, Stephanie, to the slide, oh, you're there, thank you. Missing application components, and did you also say unallowable costs? Or, okay, just missing.
Yeah, and then I mean, it could be all of them, I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right, and so concerning risk review, unallowable costs, and missing application components, and do we have any further discussion about Tender Technologies?
They also had a NDA that if we wanted to find out more information about it, we would have to do sign a non-disclosure agreement. I don't see that happening.
All right, do we have other items for discussion on Tender Technologies? With that, then we will begin a roll call vote for disqualification of,
I'm not sure you actually had a motion on that.
Oh, all right, we had the motion. Are you talking about a second?
Well, he had discussion. I'm not sure I actually heard a formal motion being made.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to disqualify Tender Technologies.
I thought that was his motion, sorry. And I see a second from Councilor Schlogel. Any other discussion items? All right, we will begin with Seth.
Yes.
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 And I will also vote yes on that disqualification. So that was, so the motion passes. So that particular applicant will be disqualified for the reasons of concerning risk review, unallowable costs, missing application components. So we thank that applicant. I don't know if they are in the audience, and we welcome them to continue to stay, but we won't be addressing that particular application today. And so moving on, there was also some discussion, any discussion for the second. Oh,
Maybe just go through.
All right, for, I
I was just wondering.
right.
I'm just thinking maybe just to make sure it's all on record, we just
Yes.
go through alphabetically.
think that's a good
And council
idea.
declares if they have any disqualifiers for each one of the applicants. The first is a diversion by design, and you could call for that if after taking comments there, move on to Elk Island and then finish with a pathway since you've already done Tinder Technologies.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and do that because that sounds like a good way to go. And I would mention that diversion by design, I did have a concern with that particular application because there was no plan submitted to the planning department. And so missing application components, so I did have I had a concern about that. So so then we will also move on to Elk Island Trading.
Well,
And-
Counselor?
maybe have a discussion, stick on diversion by
Okay.
design, so we'll know if council has any desire to make a motion.
To go on
Look
to
at the
that.
disqualifiers.
Thank you.
Counselor?
It's a whole new process, and, oh, go ahead, Stephanie.
I was just going to advise that it was not a requirement to submit anything to planning. It was recommended, but it was not required.
Okay. So, well, I would still consider that a missing application component. It wasn't required, but it was missing. So I think we should still have a discussion about that. And, okay, so there's also.
Excuse me.
Okay,
I
Aaron?
need to comment on that.
Audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference
So
ID.
the comment I have to make is, my understanding is, Stephanie, right now we're talking about disqualifiers. Those are the four things on the left side of our scoring sheet. Is that correct?
It's the entire front of your scoring sheet, so
Okay.
the failure to meet program requirements and the missing application components are also potential disqualifiers, so there should be.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Those are not listed under disqualifiers.
Okay, and I'm going to recognize Counselor Schlogel.
I noticed also that there was only one MOU, and the rest were not signed on this particular one, the other two.
Thank you. And we are still discussing diversion by design, and do we have other discussion items for that? Indra?
I just want to thank all the applicants. We are looking to help our situation here in Grants Pass. So with that said, I just want to thank you all. It's not a personal thing for whether we're disqualifying or not or scoring, but I feel like we really need to look beyond some of the little missing parts or whatever that aren't a mandatory disqualification, which is a major issue in this thing. So I hope we're not going to just pick apart the applications, because a lot of things we can work with and we should work with to get the problem taken care of. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Aaron.
Just want to make sure, council, as you go through this process and review each one of these, to take a look at the mandatory and the optional, and really have just a brief discussion of, say, a diversion by design. Was there any qualifiers from a mandatory, and you just discussed the 4 points?
You've
And
been muted.
and make sure that
To un-
when you're doing that, that you're staying consistent with all of the applicants. Say if you're gonna try to, I'm just talking out loud. If you're like, well, they have unallowable costs in there, it's an optional disqualifier, but we're gonna disqualify. Then if there's another applicant that has an unallowable cost, but you don't disqualify, that would be a concern. So I just want to
Yes.
make sure that you're
Thank you.
staying consistent with all of your conversations and what you're doing a disqualifier for. Make sure to stick hopefully to the mandatory ones, optional maybe a one that you want to consider, but then also stay consistent with the level of where you're going to actually call for a disqualification.
Yes, thank you, Aaron. And, okay, we're gonna set that one there. So, I did have right on the disqualifier sheet for, Tender Technologies, some unallowed costs. So that was, and there's so many pages, so you'll
And
have to.
Counselor, we're on diversion by design right now.
Oh, apologies. This is so difficult.
And that's
Yes,
fine, and
thank you.
maybe I can help out a little bit, but.
Yes.
So taking diversion by design, council, if you take a look at that, please, looking at the application, there are 4 main criteria for mandatory disqualification. The first is failure to meet program requirements. Does anyone on council want to have bring up any concerns about failure to meet program requirements with diversion by design?
Oh, I have 2 that say Tender Technologies, that's why.
Seeing none, I'm moving forward to the next one, unacceptable location. Anyone have any issues with that as a
For
disqualifier for diversion by design?
On that particular application, it wasn't unallowed, but it was concerning risk in not being able to meet the timeline because I believe that there is no water and sewer hooked up, and that could be time consuming. So I did have concern about the location because of that, and so a concerning risk factor.
Okay. And then under mandatory, missing application deadlines, any concerns with diversion by design, missing application deadlines? Not seeing any. Moving on to the 4th, improper communication. Any concerns with diversion by design with regards to improper communication? So based on that, Mayor, Council President, maybe ask, I guess there's no motion. Is there any motion then, based on those discussions, to have diversion by design disqualified? See none, we could go to Elk Island Trading Company. When it comes to Elk Island Trading Company, looking at the mandatory disqualifiers, is there under failure to meet program requirements, any concerns with that from council on Elk Island?
Sorry, apologies. Eric?
There was the part of the land, I'm not sure if I was looking for it, but basically it just says that they contacted Bimart Management. There's no name, there's nobody like that in terms of an individual that they spoke to or got the signature or permission to use that property. So that's my big concern as well. I'm not sure if it's, if there's a name to that or not, but to be able to utilize that Bimart property there.
I had a major concern with Elk Island because of what I see as an unacceptable location. It's a location that we got feedback from the fire chief on. And I believe in the memo that was sent, that property, he's kind of looking at me sideways. I know that I read a memo about this. So it was it's a property that in the past, we had concerns with because of fire
Substandard
code
structures.
and ingress egress I saw on this particular application too. So I did have a concern about the location for this particular application.
And Counselor, just to remind you, the unacceptable location has to do with zoning and whether or not the actual zoning for that property would allow for the use. It's not whether code, because we can always make changes to plans in order to meet code. So that's more of a discussion for once we get into an application.
Into the application, sure, fine. Understandable. And Seth?
Yeah, I don't really want to disqualify a bunch of these, I'd rather get into the interviews, but I was a little concerned, and Stephanie addressed it, that Elk Island had originally withdrew their application. It was after the deadline had closed, but that still made it an allowable application to be reviewed, and then they asked to be included, which, again, I'm not saying it's grounds for removal, but it is a little bit concerning to me that you would withdraw and then after the applications are released, want to be included back in it. So that's just a thought.
That isn't, like you said, that would potentially be, if they're not disqualified, a good question to ask them during the interview process.
Thank you, Seth. Other discussion items for Elk Island? Indra?
And Stephanie, you sent a memo to us regarding that. Can you repeat what that was?
The short version is that the OIRs say that if an application was submitted by the deadline, unless it was withdrawn prior to the deadline, it needs to be considered. We don't have the ability to decide not to consider an application once it's been submitted by the deadline.
Therefore, their application should never have been withdrawn, right?
Correct.
Other discussion items?
So then go ahead and move on to
Oh,
pathways.
okay. And so then we are going to move on to pathways to stability. The mandatory. Okay, so for failure to meet program requirements, do I have any discussion items? For unacceptable location, do I have any discussion items? I see Joel.
The question I have was, if I understand it correctly, there's a lot of paper here,
Yes.
so I'm struggling with the same thing you are. They've identified a site that is owned by the county, and the county, there's some question as whether the county is going to approve it or not.
So those kind of questions, Counselor, probably would come up during the interview process, but right
Okay.
now, when it comes to mandatory disqualification, as City Attorney mentioned, this is for zoning specific.
Yeah,
So
wait, okay, you're right.
Your
Okay.
question and
No
comment would
problem.
come through the interview
Okay.
process.
They meet that criteria?
Yes, they
Okay,
meet it. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other discussion items on unacceptable location? Indra?
I understand you're saying zoning specific, but at this point, there is no location. There's none. So how do we even know if the zoning is good or not? So I would say that is a mandatory disqualifier.
They did identify a location in their application. Whether or not they have that secured is a different question. So you need to focus on the site that they did in fact identify and the information provided from planning.
So any applicant could put any property down, and we talk about that, and even though it's not secured, not even close?
That would be a question
That
for
seems
during the interview
ridiculous.
process, as well as that's a factor to consider in your discussion when it comes to actually scoring.
So likely, if someone has a secured site, they would probably score higher if they had an agreement versus one that was still working on that site. They may score lower in that criteria.
Rob?
Well, just to be clear, or if someone didn't have any site at all, right, they would be disqualified, right?
Yeah, for not having any site at all identified correct, because we wouldn't be able to assess whether or not the zoning was correct on their location or whether it met the code standards.
So it would also mean that if they had no site at all, like we have, an applicant, the one we're talking about, the property owner came out with a press release last Thursday that said that no negotiations have even taken place. And because of that, there'd be no way to know if their budget is accurate. There'd be no way to know if their site plan is accurate. There'd be no way to know if their implementation schedule is even remotely in the ballpark, especially
So
when
I'm
the
just
property-
I'm gonna
especially
break
when
in
the-
here and
I'm
say
actually talking to
that
the city
all of
attorney
the applications don't have a secured, I just don't want people to be pontificating upon one.
Can you please not
if
interrupt me
it-
again?
Yeah.
Can you please not
So
interrupt me again? Can you
I'm
please
gonna
not
bring it
interrupt me
back
again?
because every application.
Point of order. Don't
Every
interrupt me
application-
again.
Every application, there is not one application that has secured, actually secured a site, but all of the locations, except for one, have identified a site.
So when I say point of order, what shuts her up? Because I had the floor, and I was
need to
asking
address it.
Stephanie a question, who is it that enforces that? Because she's obviously not capable.
Well, I'm.
Who is
I
it
am-
that enforces
Madam
that
President?
when I have the floor?
I am the
Let's
president, yes.
Take a
so-
step back for a
Who
moment.
enforces
Yeah.
it when I have the
So,
floor
okay,
and you interrupt me?
We'll take just a moment, we'll take a break. I was trying to,
You were trying to interrupt me and shut me up.
We need-
no, actually, that's
We-
kind of
we
what
do
you're
need to
doing to
have
me,
all-
but.
When there are questions being asked, we do need to make sure that those are being heard, and we need to make sure that we're not talking over each other at this point.
Okay, so if you could finish your point, Rob?
Thank you for being so gracious. So basically, if we have a property where the landlord has specifically said that they don't have even negotiations going on, there's nothing else about that property that could be accurately ascertained. Would that not be accurate? I mean, how all the other things wouldn't apply because the specific property it's critical to know the specific property when we're talking about the budget, everything else. So is that not correct?
That's going to be a question for the applicant and a discussion amongst council. You're the one this council is going to be who decides whether or not there's sufficient information for scoring and how that would be scored. The unacceptable location component is only related to the actual zoning of the property identified.
Thank you.
Do we have other discussion items, Indra?
Yes, so this is unacceptable location. This is the first time I'm hearing that it's only in regards to zoning. And we are having this transparent meeting to talk about things. The council is voting on it, so I don't know why if we vote that it's an unacceptable location, that can't be a motion to vote on.
So you can, that comes into play when you ultimately rank after you've had interviews and discussions with the candidates. This is specifically, does the property fit the zoning for the use? You, as a council, have multiple things you're ranking these applications on, and site location is one of those type of criteria. And so that's where you will start to have that discussion, and you'll be able to be very transparent about what council thinks about the locations that have been chosen. But for right now, this is just strictly disqualifier. That doesn't mean they may have a very suitable service plan for the unhoused, but their site doesn't match. And you may have someone that has a great site, but their service, that's all played out through the scoring process. Right now, we're just trying to make sure that council all agrees that this meets the minimum qualifications as declared in the grant process, so we can move forward to the interviews and the discussions. Council right now is really moving into the discussion of what you think about each one of these applicants, but right now we're not there. We're just trying to see, do all applicants get a fair shot at getting an interview with council?
And
The things that you're discussing now are great to discuss, but after we have gone through this disqualification process.
And there was very specific language in the RFP. I've got it on the screen behind me. It's that unacceptable location means a location where the project cannot be sited given applicable code requirements. That's all we should be addressing when it comes to this question is, does the code, meaning zoning, does it allow this property to be used for this purpose? Everything else we'll deal with in discussion.
Thank you. Other discussion items? Indra?
So what was the point of even having a property? There's no point because there's no property here. And I could not score any of their application because a lot of it depends on the property and location. So I don't know, to me, I just want to go on record. I think it is a disqualifier. And I don't think we should go on with it, but we're going to, I guess. I don't know.
So just as an example, we do RFPs all the time, and you're recognizing some of the things that we get through RFPs. We get an RFP that's complete, it's responsive, but maybe it's really weak in certain areas. And you're like, well, why? You still need to go through the process and score it because it does meet the minimum qualifications. That's what's fair and reasonable when it comes to the grant process and the RFP they have established. So we're just right now trying to determine if something is by basically requirements of submittal, a disqualifier. And again, I think a lot of what you're concerned with is excellent concerns, and that will go into how you rank and how you rate and your discussions and questions you have with each one of those individual applicants. So I think what we've got left is, unless there's more conversation on unacceptable location, we have missing application deadlines.
Are there any discussion items on missing application deadlines? Seeing none, we'll move on to improper communication. Are there any discussion items on improper communication? Indra?
So there was discussion amongst community members about improper communication. I understand that some of it could not be verified, but the conversations with Jeremy Ford, with Pathways to Stability, does lead you to suspect that there were improper communications with the mayor regarding the exclusion zone, specifically around N Street, which would have been after the deadline to submit. But also our own attorney said that Jeremy Ford's email on October 1st, which was sent directly to Mayor Council, as well as Commissioner Barnett, specifically discusses the RFP and need for a property proposal. So that is in direct violation of our requirements and a disqualifier.
Joel?
So if there was communication, I have not seen any, and I didn't open up any emails from Jeremy on purpose because I don't want that to influence the decision today. So the question is, having put up a lot of these contracts in the past, it's not unusual for some communication to occur, but is the deciding official influenced by that communication? And that would be an improper communication. And I didn't see any. I purposely avoided it all, and it certainly didn't influence my decision. I don't know about the rest of you, if there was anything that influenced your decision that you saw with the communication, but I didn't see any myself, and I went out of the way to avoid it.
Rob?
Yeah, just for some context, on March 18th, I sent an email to Jeremy and Julie Thomas, and I had some specific questions about some data regarding Bill for Zero, and that appears to be the program that they're involved with, and I had very specific questions about data from around the country, and I didn't know the answers to them. But then we got an email on October 14th from Julie Thomas, written by Jeremy Ford, regarding the Bill for Zero program, and it had a lot of very positive adjectives describing their program, many of which actually somewhat addressed my original questions about that I had sent to them months ago. But very specifically, we got an email just last week from them that, mentioned Built for Zero and their claims that they've eradicated homelessness in certain places and the sustained progress and measurable. And to me, that, is all essentially clearly trying to influence the perception and credibility of their program. I mean, why else would they send it? And that was sent to Mayor Council. I did open it. It doesn't necessarily affect me, but clearly we made, when we did this RFP, there was a process by which improper communication, the way it was originally written by Stephanie, may be a disqualifier. We discussed at that time that would leave it up to way too much discretion for 8 councilors and the mayor. And we changed that. We all agreed to change the wording that improper communication shall be a disqualifier. Not may, but shall. October 14th, we had one that described the attributes of their chosen program. That's black and white. I mean, it was improper communication. I wish they hadn't sent it, but the bottom line is they did send it. I mean, we decided that shall be a disqualifier. There is no wiggle room here. It's black and white. That's disqualifying factor.
I believe we have the mayor online who would like to comment. Oh, go ahead, Mayor, if you can. I think you must be muted. I'm not sure.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Oh, go ahead, Mayor.
Yes,
Can you hear me now? Okay, thanks, guys. Hey, sorry for having to log in, and hopefully you can hear me okay. In regards to Indra's question or comment about exclusion zones, the exclusion zones have been talked about with all parties and the community since the day I started campaigning. It was actually one of my campaign ideas. So there was no communication about exclusion zones directly around the piece of property that you're commenting on. That's actually been a topic within the community. And yes, I had conversations with U-Turn for Christ early on when I was first mayor in regards to exclusion zones, but no conversations from me happened about an exclusion zone and in-street property. Secondly, the emails that Rob is talking about, if you actually look at the email, it is an announcement for an educational program for Built for Zero in Denver. So I don't really read those 2 emails, one from Julie and one from Jeremy, as influencing, because it's actually just promoting that program, and the actual program presentation was actually located in Denver. So that's my take on that. As for the email that was copied, that was sent to Chris Barnett from Jeremy and was copied to the mayor, I did not respond to that, and I actually didn't even notice that I received that in my inbox until I was told by Stephanie. So there was no actual engagement on my side from that. So I just wanted to weigh in on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see Rob, and then I would also like, after Rob, I have a comment as well.
Yeah, thanks, Clint. That's correct. I guess from what I got from that email, the Built for Zero people were going to have some kind of national gathering in Denver, and the attributes of, or what they claim the attributes are of their program is specifically listed in that email, whether that's Denver or anywhere else in the country, because Pathways has stated that they are following Built for Zero guidelines. They, in that email, also felt that they could fall back on Built for Zero expertise, et cetera, and then they talk about what they claim to be the attributes of Built for Zero. Why on earth they chose to expose council to all that, I have no idea, but it would seem to me to be in an attempt to persuade us to believe that this program is very worthy of consideration. Whether it is or isn't, I don't know, but the fact is they sent the email. No one forced them to. They sent the email. It's black and white. Our RFP says shall be disqualified.
Oh, okay, and I would concur with the mayor that these, and I do remember also a communication from our city attorney explaining, and correct me if I am wrong, that there was no communication because no one replied, and with regards to the emails, and I would also agree with the characterization that the mayor was talking about, that it was about a program that actually is not in our state, so they weren't speaking about their particular application that they put forward to us. So, and I also would like to say to council, and I believe this is correct, Stephanie, correct me if I am wrong, that it is up to council whether we do this or not. So anyway, so I don't see it as a disqualifier, and I guess, and but go ahead.
2 points. The information that I provided, I indicated that there were no replies by any elected official. Communication means an email was sent, so communication can be one-sided. As far as the disqualifiers, it is up to council whether or not the communication that took place constitutes a disqualifier. I have the language of the RFP on the screen for you to use in making that decision.
All right, thank you. Other discussion items? Indra?
Sorry, I just wanted to reiterate that our own attorney said 2 of the emails she did not believe were communication. The same cannot be said of the October 1st. So even our attorney said, and Joel, that was sent directly to Mayor Scherf. So we did not get that. It was behind the scenes communication to Mayor Scherf. And whether he spoke with Jeremy after, privately, at the vigil for Charlie Kirk, I mean, we'll never really know that, but it's very suspect. And if we're going to treat one applicant different from another, then I don't think that that's fair. I have no doubt that if the same communication happened with Tender Technologies or Design, that other counselors will be bringing it up. So I think we need to be fair and follow our own rules here. The fact that we didn't open it or didn't happen to read it is irrelevant. It's that it was sent, and it gives me no great pleasure, actually, to bring it up. I would like the most applicants possible as we can have to look at and discuss, but rules are rules, and we spent hours making these, and I don't know why we would break them.
Rob?
Yeah, and I like the wording, Andrew. It gives me no great pleasure to have to be the application police. I really wish that people could have followed the rules and policed themselves. The last line on the screen, I'm not sure if people at home have seen it, all the communication was supposed to go to the city recorder and/or the city attorney. All other communications will be deemed improper and will result in disqualification of the applicant. It's black and white. Now, for whatever reason, there could be councils here that choose to reverse their own approval of that wording and choose to, for whatever reason, and whatever mental gymnastics is required by them, to ignore that and they already agreed to it. That's the wording that the council all voted to approve. All other communications will be deemed improper, will result in disqualification. It's black and white. Now, again, people can go through whatever mental gymnastics they want, and the public can watch them go through their gymnastics. If they're okay with it and they get a majority of votes, I guess that's what we're stuck with. To me, it's really clear. And again, I wish I didn't have to be the application police. I wish I just could have judged the applications. That's kind of what I signed up for. I didn't really want to run for office to be a cop. But that's really the situation, unfortunately, we've been thrust into because people sent us inappropriate communication.
Other discussion items? So, yeah, I would call for a motion for this particular disqualification, a motion, and I see a motion from Indra.
I'll motion to disqualify Pathways to Stability.
Can you state the basis for the disqualification for the record?
Yes, due to no location and inappropriate, improper communication.
So, I do not see a second, so that motion fails. Okay, all right, so I call for, so apparently Rob, afterwards, had a motion, seconded the motion. And so discussion on the motion. I would like to make a discussion. We already, in this motion, I would like to remind people that we already decided that it was not a mandatory disqualifier for the location. So if you are voting on this particular disqualifier, you are voting on one we already deemed was not disqualifier. So I would want the counselors to keep that in mind, that this does not meet the qualifications of being disqualified as an unacceptable location, and the motion was both, and the motion was seconded. So I would want to make sure that counselors kept that in mind. Other discussion items? Indra?
Yes, while you're saying that counselors should keep in mind the location is not mandatory, it is, as the improper communication, which you advocated, that was up to counselors to decide. I would also advocate that it's up for counselors to decide the location as well.
Other discussion items? Joel?
Thank you. So there's two items here that strike me, and I certainly respect those who have brought up the issue, and I also respect all the applicants. As we move forward, two things. One, I never opened the email purposely because communication is a two-way street. And there may be other counselors that did, and I can understand why they would feel that way. The other thing, though, I'm thinking of is this national program, how it affects or not affects a proposal in response to a request for interest or request for bids. I'm not sure that connection, that nexus is a legal nexus. It was just a advertisement of what was going to happen nationally on a national program that one of the people were participating in. And so with those two things, you could probably make a case for either one of those, but I would like to keep the application field as broad as possible as we move forward to serve the people of Grants Pass.
Seth, and then Eric?
Yeah, I think there's.
Kathleen?
Is now joining.
Oh, okay. I think there's, some valid points brought up. I made the motion to disqualify Tender Technologies, I mean, strictly because there was just a great lack of information, and if anyone looked at the application, you'd understand what I'm talking about. So this application specifically, to me, had all the bases covered. So I'm going to vote no to disqualify them strictly because I agree with Joel. I'd rather have 3 to bring up for questions and just learn more. So.
Eric.
I agree with Seth. So first of all, just like Joel was saying, this is an organization that's well known. If we were to do research, which I did, on all of these individual applicants, all you have to do is Google a lot of these things, and a lot of that same information that was emailed to us was provided on the email. Now, I didn't open it. I'm not sure who did on the council, but this is all information that's out in the public. So I don't buy that somehow influences the council in any which way. So that's all information that's out there. The other thing is, we look at the packet, just like Seth was saying, they met every single, if not in addition to a lot of the criteria. We're talking a packet that is minimal for these other ones compared to this one that has every single item in there to include drug treatment, which the others were
Point
lacking.
of order, are we discussing
Excuse me.
the packets?
Excuse me. You had your chance to talk. It's my turn. So that's what I'm talking about here with the individual items that Seth and Joel both brought up. Thank you.
Other points of discussion? Rob?
Yeah, I'll just read it again. All other communications will be deemed improper and result in disqualification of the applicant, period, end of sentence.
I believe we have Kathleen online, and I wanted to make sure, I don't know if she had a comment or it was just announcing that she was online. Just online,
Well,
okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Kathleen.
Okay, I just got online after finding internet, so I didn't really know exactly what you're debating yet. Could you just clarify for me what the issue is?
So there was a motion to disqualify the applicant Pathways to Stability for improper communication and location, improper location, unacceptable location.
Well, what I read through the city attorney on our website, the last email that was sent out, is that there were only 2 disqualifiers, and neither one of those disqualifiers were met. If somebody could reread that, I think that would be helpful.
I can provide clarification on that. I think what she's referring to is that there's 2 components to determining whether or not an applicant would be disqualified pursuant to our RFP. One is whether or not there was contact with the mayor, city council members, or unacceptable staff. And component 2, I guess we already know that there was contact. We've addressed a number of those today. The question before council today is whether or not that contact was regarding their proposal. If it was regarding the proposal, then there would be a disqualification potentially.
The mayor would like to speak.
Okay, Mayor Clint?
Hello, this is the mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can. Yes,
Can you hear me?
we can hear
Okay,
you.
thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so I just want to remind all council members that we need to act with complete decorum, and this is a professional atmosphere, and we need to treat everybody with professional courtesy. I would recommend that the council president call a 5-minute recess, and everybody collect yourselves and come back to the table after you've taken a couple deep breaths. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that it's possible at this point that people may have been able to collect themselves and stop yelling at people from the dais. So I appreciate that, and it's a really good suggestion. But at this point, I think that people have been able to do that, so thank you. So I have a motion and a second, and I am going to call for a vote to, I see Rob again. Rob?
Yeah, I appreciate Joel and maybe Eric who say they didn't open the email. If you didn't open the email, how would you know if it's influential or not, or it could have influenced some of the counselors? I really, again, to me, all of the communication will be deemed improper and will result in disqualification of the applicant. And if you didn't open the email, you wouldn't know whether it could potentially be influential or not. This is really obvious. It's black and white.
So I am going to start the roll call with the people online. Mayor Scherf?
Repeat the
You're right. I'm not actually the mayor. I'm just playing the mayor. Sorry about that, Mayor. So we will start with Councilor Crone online.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Okay, the motion is a motion to disqualify Pathways to Stability for an unacceptable location and improper communication. And so your yes vote would be to disqualify them on both of those points, not each one separately.
Okay. I vote no.
And Joel?
I'll vote no.
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 No. Yes.
Yes.
And I will also vote no, so that particular motion fails. And we will move on to...
Excuse me.
Indra?
I would like to make a motion to disqualify Pathways to Stability for improper communication.
I believe we already voted on that motion, so
You voted on the combination.
I think this is a different motion because I think there was, whether it was intended to or not, include two, and that may have failed because it was two. Now she's just wanting to bring it down to one, so I think that's a proper motion as long as there's a second.
Do I have a second? I have a second and a roll call vote. We will begin with Kathleen online.
Do we have discussion?
Discussion.
Oh, apologies. Discussion? Indra?
I guess my main thought is it's clear that there was improper communication, at least with the one email. To me, again, it's irrelevant if it was read or not. It was actually sent out. It's not that you clicked to open it. It was sent out in a memo from our own counselor. I don't see how, if we have rules and we don't follow them, how are future applicants to any of our RFPs going to trust us that when they put things in, it will be followed according to rule? I think it really breaks the trust of people and people who are applying to applications or bids or any kind of contract with our city. I think this sets a really bad precedent.
Other discussion items? Rick?
One of the problems I have, and I realize rules are rules and we should obey them, but sitting here too, we also want to be informed as counselors when we're making decisions, and part of that decision process is to be informed. So I think there's a fine line there where you can say, well, I want to hear this and I don't want to hear that, and then say that disqualifies. So that's what do I want to say, conundrum or just a problem with that. Thank you.
Joel, did you have a comment? I did, but Seth okay, I didn't see Seth. Ask Seth next if you do.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
With all due respect to all parties here, and I think everybody has the best of the city at heart, I wouldn't question that at all. I didn't read the email, so I don't know, but from what I gather, it was information about a national conference, and whether it applied to anybody's individual proposal to this is unclear to me. And it just seems like it was a national convention that maybe have appropriate information, may apply or may not apply. So that's why I'll vote no.
Eric and then Indra?
So just to address what Rob was talking about there, I think Joel explained it in terms of how would we know if we didn't open the email. Well, it was just expressed right there of what it was in terms of generalities and what the program does, not in specifics, but in overall, in general. You can Google that information from what I understand. I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, it's out there. The information is out there. So that's why I'm going to be voting no.
Indra?
Joel, that's not the email that I'm talking about that Stephanie said was improper. Is it okay to read what was in that one?
It is, and to be clear, I did not tell you any email was improper. It's up to council to determine whether or not the specific communication is improper.
Okay, so I'm going to read what this one says. I hope this message finds you well. I am, again, this went from Jeremy to Mayor Scherf. I am reaching out regarding the N Street property and the possibility of leasing it. As you may know, the city's Addressing Homelessness Grant RFP proposal is due on October 9th, which creates a very short timeline for us to move forward. And there was more. So it wasn't the email about the Built for Zero. It was specifically addressing this, for those that didn't read it.
Other discussion items?
Did the mayor respond back?
I believe
I
that
have
we
no
have already.
idea. They all have private emails too.
Well, I want to make sure we aren't accusing people from the dais of things that we know nothing about, but I believe, and what I was going to say, I was going to answer that. I think it's been established that the mayor did not answer back that email. And I believe the mayor, it is the mayor, and the mayor would like to speak to that himself. So, Mayor Scherf.
Thank you. Joel, to answer your question, I did confirm that previously in comments. I did not respond to that email that was addressed from Jeremy to Commissioner Chris Barnett. I was copied in that email. I actually did not see that email until Stephanie had printed it out and showed it to me, so I did not have any conversation or did not respond to that email. Thank you.
Other discussion items? Seeing none, I will move to a roll call vote. I will again begin with Kathleen online for the motion to disqualify Pathways to Stability because of improper communications. Was that a clear, Kathleen? I know it's harder online.
Yeah,
okay.
No.
Could you? Okay, all right. And we'll move on to Joel and then down the line. Thank you.
I'll vote no.
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 Yes.
Yes.
And I will also vote no, and so that motion fails. And we will move on to, and that is all. So we have three, am I correct in saying we have three remaining applicants?
That is correct.
Thank you. And so now we will move on with the interviews, and the applicants will be interviewed in alphabetical order.
Yep. And I do have, the applicants are going to be given an opportunity to provide a 5 to 10 minute presentation to council. They have provided me with the materials, so I'll be running those. They'll be invited up to the podium. And then you'll have the opportunity to ask them questions about those proposals. You should limit your questions to things that are required or requested by the RFP and addressing the homelessness issue. So with that, if we're going in alphabetical order, the first applicant to present will be Diversion by Design. Yep. And if you'll give me just a moment to pull your materials.
Okay.
We're ready when you are.
Okay. I just want to start by saying I know I'm probably the least qualified of the applicants. I don't run a homeless shelter. I don't run a treatment facility. I just saw an issue in my community and thought of a way to address the situation. And I just also wanted to address the MOU. I do only have one signed partnership with the Mid-Rogue Foundation. In my conversations with Options, they were like, well, we would do that for anyone. So since basically what I'm asking of the partners is referral-based, they didn't necessarily, in my talks in person and on the phone, they were like, well, we'll do that anyway. So I reached out an email saying, well, let's officially get an MOU saying, but anyway, so to me, the partnerships were kind of secondary. The partnerships I felt will come to whoever is awarded the grant. We have a lot of organizations in our community that are wanting to help. So anyway, also wanted to address the planning, the zoning. I did speak with planning. I have emails from, I believe it was Carolyn at planning. There's two different routes that we can go. We can do the emergency temporary shelter, or we can do the special use permit through the planning, and it is an approved use through the planning department. I did check on that. I just didn't submit the pre-application. But yeah, that's all ready to submit. Anyway, so Diversion by Design, the goal is to build 150 private, low-barrier micro shelters with communal spaces and sanitation services within the 6-month time period. The problem statement, Grants Pass faces a severe, visible crisis of unsheltered homelessness, resulting in public health and safety concerns. Traditional high-barrier shelters fail because they exclude the most vulnerable based on sobriety, lack of ID, pets, and rigid curfews. This forces individuals to remain in unmanaged, hazardous encampments. Also, I just wanted to note, I listened to the new podcast that the city manager did, and I actually spoke with Sam Mangle of Rogue Retreat this morning. And I'm going to be working more with him on modeling his rules and how his facility runs. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that as well. The lack of managed low barrier site control is a core problem, and we're trying to offer a solution. And the solution would be the Diversion by Design campus, a managed low barrier 150 unit campus designed for stability, not just temporary refuge. 150 individual non-congregate units provide safe, dignified shelter. Low barrier compliance, voluntary entry exit 24/7 with mandatory adherence to zero tolerance safety policy, no violence, drugs, or property damage. We'll also have on-site security. I already have on my staff a member who has over 10 years of security experience, and he will be there on-site overnight. And innovation and efficiency. We're working with kind of a pretty tight budget. I know it's $1.2 million, but $1 million of our proposal is going to purchasing the industrial site, the property, which I think the city should like that, because if anything goes wrong, the city has $1 million recoverable asset in the property. But anyway, so I was trying to think of ways that I could be cost effective in every way possible. Individual geodesic domes constructed from recycled materials, sourced via our resource recovery enterprise. During the first round of the first RFP, when it was awarded to Geodomestic, I actually had reached out to him and let him know all the public pushback that he was getting on his location, and I gave him a couple alternate locations that he should look at. But anyway, when I saw that, I realized I could make these shelters at a lower cost using recycled materials and just out of PVC instead of the metal ones. But anyway, so cost efficiency, each unit costs approximately 467 materials in assembly, providing extraordinary fiscal responsibility for the scale requested. Modular design allows for rapid assembly and full operational status within the 6-month timeline. And the path to independence, a pretty really simple 6-step path to independence. Residents may reside in residents may participate in structured volunteer opportunities, workforce training, and support services to progress toward housing. So basically, our 6 steps is, step 1 is identification, documentation. A lot of individuals don't even have IDs, and you can't really get a job without ID. You can't really do much without that, so that's step 1, is you have to get your identification documentation. Step 2, and these kind of seem obvious, but communication and connection. You have to get a cell phone. You can't really get a job without having a phone number for the employer to call. And these, I know these seem like really simple things, but I just felt like it was important to break it down very simply for these people, because it can be overwhelming when it's like, well, where do I start? And then step 3 is health and wellness. And this is where the Mid-Rogue Foundation would come in with helping to navigate insurance for these people. And then from there, that's when we would refer them to options or whatever their health issues may be. If they have mental health, addiction, we would refer out to those programs at that point and kind of help them along the way to get to those programs. And again, in the 6 month that we are becoming operational, I welcome partnerships, and I see multiple partnerships that would come. I just don't necessarily have those all on paper because I haven't been in this space forever. So anyway, so that's the program that I came up with. And so financial independence. So the project is not reliant on future grants for survival. It's financially self-sufficient for all operational costs. So the property that I plan to purchase, and that was another thing. I have a letter of intent through the property owner and the real estate agent. I could send him a text right now and say, hey, turn that letter of intent into a purchase for sale agreement, and let's get this ball rolling. So I don't necessarily have it secured, but I have done what I believe is my due diligence to secure the property. But a section of that property already has an existing lease. So the property would bring in $3,250 per month immediately, which would bring us, we would have about $19,000 accrued up to the 6 month just to cover upfront, cost, staffing, and those type of costs that aren't infrastructure. Long-term revenue generated from textile recycling, mattress recycling, salvage building materials, and deconstruction services fully covers all remaining operational costs, staffing, utilities, etc. Grants will only be sought for future capital improvements or program expansion, not basic operational survival. Like I say, I will still pursue grants. I won't be relying on grants. There will obviously be grants that we'll be eligible for, and we'll pursue those. Just don't necessarily want to rely on those. And feasibility and implementation. Oh, I got to hurry up, huh? Site control. Funds are primarily to property acquisition, as I mentioned. It's industrial zoned, minimize neighborhood impact. It's away from neighborhoods. It's away from schools. It's an approved land use. Type 4 special use permit or emergency shelter. Aggressive timeline, we're confident we can be fully operational within 6 months. Launch date, May 14th. Proven history of contract work with the City of Grants Pass. The city previously hired my company to clean up homeless sites on city property back in 2021. So I have addressed homelessness in a way before. Anyway, the capital investment, total ask $1.2 million. For the property, acquisition will be the $1 million. Site infrastructure, utilities, $100,000. 150 housing units, $70,000. Sanitation and communal, $30,000. And then conclusion and call to action. Our proposal offers immediate scale financial stability and full legal compliance with low barrier shelter standards. Invest $1.2 million once for an asset that will provide 150 stable units for at least 5 years with zero reliance on subsequent operational grant funding. and fund this project to solve the crisis with a long-term self-sufficient model. And then a few of these last slides I wanted to just show. There's kind of the, oh yeah, you can leave that up for a second if people want to see that. So that is just kind of our 6-step program and then kind of our rules there. And I'm sure the rules will get slightly adjusted as we work with city attorney in the following processes and as I work with Sam Engel at Rogue Retreat to fine tune to make sure we're in compliance with all laws. And then I just wanted, if you want to show the next few images, it just shows the simple construction of the PVC domes. And there's also the modular bathroom facility. This is a used unit. It's a few hours away. I've already arranged transport and budgeted that in. It's a public restroom. We'll build ramps to be ADA compliant. And then the communal buildings to be as low cost as possible. They're just these, yeah, there you go. Sorry, I'm out of time.
All right, thank you so much. And so now we're going to open it up to questions, and I saw Eric and then Rick.
Thank you for submitting your application. It's pretty thorough. I had a question in terms of the site rules there. You've got, it says zero tolerance policy for violence, drug dealing, or destruction of property on site. Use of alcohol/drugs off-site is not penalized, but intoxication that leads to disturbance is grounds for temporary removal. So with that being said, what would be different than, aside from the obvious, than what we have here at the temporary resting sites with your place? If they're allowed to leave your facility, come back, and in being do their drugs and not be penalized for it, what's different there to what we're seeing here?
So I believe, and the way that was in there like that is to be a low barrier facility, you can't refuse someone because they are not sober. So that was the reasoning, and that's why I said the rules would kind of be fine-tuned as we go through the next processes to see, because I had mentioned wanting to, penalize that, but then someone brought up that could create coercive residency and not be low barrier. So I just wanted to make sure that we were compliant with the low barrier, especially with the lawsuits and everything. And like I said, to me, the rules would get ironed out, working with city attorney to make sure we are low barrier. And I could be wrong on my interpretation of that rule. And if we are within our abilities, because I did submit a list of questions, and I got anyway. And one of my questions was, can we do drug tests or breathalyzers? And they don't necessarily have to be clean, but just for tracking purposes. And I didn't necessarily get a response on if we can legally do that and still be low barrier. So that's something that I would hope to iron out with city attorney as we go forward, saying, okay, yes, we are allowed to penalize for, doing drugs off-site. And that was the only reason for having that in there, is to make sure that we are still low barrier.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question in terms of the actual shelter. I didn't see anything, maybe I missed it, in terms of like any kind of heater or air conditioning, like we're coming up on the winter months here. Is there going to be anything to keep them warm? And if so, how are we going to control that?
As far as in their individual units, I would say no. They can have blankets and what they do now to keep themselves warm, layer up, and I would probably, and again, making sure we're in accordance with fire codes and everything, allow maybe a propane heater and make sure that we have a vent. But I would say that yeah, just how they're keeping warm now with blankets and stuff, and then in our communal area, we would have a heater to keep the space warm, or portable air conditioners to keep the space warm.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the propane heater indoors. That's a no-go.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, probably just not, and then just, have them keep keep warm. And I threw together a little dome. I didn't put together one like this. I just threw together one, and it actually kept pretty warm inside, just keeping you out of the elements and out of the wind. So yeah, because they're kind of used as greenhouses, those domes, and so in that effect you kind of get the greenhouse warmth. And then in the summer, obviously you can open up and vent, and yeah.
Thank you.
I believe I had Rick and then Joel and then Seth.
Thank you, Connor. So you talked on the 100 individual geodesic dome units being from recycled materials, but have you looked at also that if you don't have enough material, that if you were to purchase them, what the price would be? Are you still able to do that?
So yes, the cost allocated in the budget is if I had to purchase them all brand new. And if I can get that cost down, great, but I wanted to make sure to allocate the proper cost for if I had to buy the PVC brand new.
Okay, thank you.
And Joel? Okay.
Okay. I just have two quick questions. How many people are on your board currently?
Well, so currently on the official board for my nonprofit, only 4. I have kind of an unofficial board, I would say, of people who are saying, hey, we want to help you however we can. They haven't necessarily signed up to be on official board. But I would say I would likely have I could, if I send out a text and get official board, I would have a board of, I'd say probably 7 people that I would want on there that I personally have helping me.
And then my second question is, and this could have been a mistake, but do you know what Southern Oregon Aspire does? Because it was mentioned in your application. I just want to clarify.
Yeah. So, and I talked with one of the guys there, and because a percentage of homeless people have disabilities to a certain extent, and so I spoke with, forget his name. Someone at Aspire who does the employment services, and he basically was like, yeah, if you have any homeless people at your site who have disabilities, we'd be happy to help them with our work training and their services that they offer. That was mainly them.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I'm on the board, and so I was just curious. Obviously it's a pretty, you have to fall into a certain category, so
yeah.
Thank you for answering.
Joel?
Connor, thank you for applying. It's a lot of work just to apply. I had several questions, and there's a lot of paper between all 3 of them, so if I miss something, you just tell me, or if there's something there that you didn't put down, I appreciate that. A preliminary site plan and a visual representation for the housing units, communal areas, access points, and amenities, pet areas, kitchen. I didn't see that. Did I miss it?
I thought it was in there. I had it on one of the slides here.
I saw it up here.
I thought it was in my packet. Like you said, it was a lot of papers. I'm not sure. It should have been in there. I can email it to council.
Okay,
I did prepare one.
Okay. The next question I had, and you've already addressed this to some point, the support services to be provided by the applicant and the memorandum of understanding with partners and whether services will be mandatory. And I'm very familiar with Midrogue and their referral processes, and they have all that in place. So what I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I ascertained was you would depend on the Midrogue services for all those support services. Is that a true statement? It's not in your application that I saw.
I guess when you say all those support services.
Yeah, so
what are you?
Mental illness, addiction, transportation.
I'm not sure if I would rely solely on Midrogue Foundation. We would refer the individuals to like options, for example, if they have specific. And again, however much help Midrogue is willing to provide. But yeah, basically Midrogue, I was seeing Midrogue would help individuals make sure they had the insurance needed to go forward with whatever needed they would need from there.
Okay.
If they want to help point that direction, but then I was assuming that after they helped with insurance, we would then help point individuals in the direction of mental health or addiction or whatever it may be.
Okay, thank you. So then, how the entire project will initially be funded, such as staffing and programming, not just the capital expenses associated with the grant application. And what I heard you say was a lease?
Yes.
That was coming in, and I can't remember I got it written down here somewhere.
$32.50.
Yeah, $32.50 a month. Is there any other besides that?
Yeah, so, like I said, I'd also plan to relocate do the mattress collection site there. That program would reimburse, we get $3 per mattress on that, so that's another small income. Also doing the salvage building materials. Also another thing, and down the road with the salvage building materials and with our neighbor next door, I plan to be I plan to build tiny houses. Down the road, I didn't want that to be necessarily part of this because it's not,
Sure.
necessary to the funding, but, and then the textile recycling. So basically, and then also with it, I have a thrift store, so I would also have opportunities for people to help with sorting and processing from my thrift store, and that revenue would also help. And then, also, I believe that, moving addressing the issue and having it not be downtown will help our community as a whole, which makes more people move here, which makes my business grow more. So in general, I think it would help everyone, the community, and when the community thrives, businesses thrive, and yeah.
Okay. So then the next question I had was, describe the project's plan for continuation of operations for at least 5 years, including funding sources. I make the assumption that that answer would be the same as to the previous question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then I had a couple more. In listing and I think I know the answer to this one, we can go through it quickly. Listing the name of each partnering organization and identifying the key staff, you identified Mid-Rogue. And do you anticipate any other partnering organizations or key staff besides Mid-Rogue?
Yeah, so for the partnership with Options, what I was envisioning is mainly just a direct line of communication between our shelter and Options, saying, we can call and say, hey, we have this person, he needs this, what do we need to do? And then we can help that person with the application process or getting to the appointments or, from there.
Okay. And then a brief history of the collaborative relationship among all parties. Do you have any previous collaborative relationship with All Care or any of the other parties?
No.
No, okay.
No,
okay.
yeah.
I kind of assumed that. Okay. Appreciate you applying. The activities that the lead applicant, which is you, Connor, to your credit, and each partner will assume to ensure the success of the proposed project. The activities that you will assume to ensure the success of the proposed project. That's, yeah.
What was the?
Okay, describe the activities that the lead applicant, which is you, and your partners, which is All Care, will assume to ensure the success of the proposed project.
Okay.
I couldn't find it in your application. That's why I'm asking you.
I think I'm understanding. So basically, as the lead applicant, we would be performing basically the case management with each individual, on a day-to-day basis, checking in with everyone. What are you doing today? What do you need to do today? Do you want to go apply for jobs? What do you want to do for work? What jobs should we be looking for you? I'm not sure, do you mean like on a day-to-day individual basis or on overall?
You can define it however you want to.
I would say basically
your lead applicant's role in managing that.
So I would say the lead applicant.
Not only in doing it, but in managing it.
Yeah, so we would provide the case management, and we would look to our partners just for the referrals of the services that they provide.
Okay. Let me see here. I got 2 more questions, and I appreciate your patience with me. Your history of effective interventions with homeless populations, including the number of years you've been doing that, and I think I know the answer there. It's not a long history.
Yeah, no.
That's what you said, in this particular field, you've got some periphery experience. I just wanna confirm
more of
that
my,
that's the case.
sorry.
Okay.
More of my experience has been in cleaning up after the homeless sites. Until recently, in the past, I guess, 2 years, it's been that I opened the nonprofit thrift store, where I have just more of an one-on-one interaction with homeless individuals. That, okay, what do you need? And many of them, they want to work and they want to help, and they say, well, can I help you? Can I help you clean up if you give me this sleeping bag or whatever?
Yeah.
So, and then, yeah, so I have a handful of individuals that I know that I help on an individual basis with basic needs.
Sure.
But yeah.
Connor, you have a kind heart, and you're very sincere in what you do, and I appreciate that. Okay, the expertise of the applicant's key staff. Well, the key staff really wasn't identified from your role for supervision. There were some things in there, ineffective interventions with homeless from all care. Do you have anything else to add to the expertise besides what you've already shared with us?
See, and the thing is, I wouldn't necessarily say that I have anyone on staff right now, but I have a handful of key volunteers who said they're willing to help in whatever way they can,
Sure.
whether or not that transforms into a paid position, kind of just people that want to help.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I do have a member of my team who has experience working in a mental hospital. I have a member of my team who has previously been homeless and has that experience. A member of my team who has experience, like I said, in security. A member has experience in identifying intoxicated individuals. So yeah, that would be kind of just off the top of my head, some of the experienced members of my team.
Okay, well, I like you, Connor. You're a
Thank
nice
you.
person. Okay, okay, thank you.
All right, I see Rob, and then I also see Indra, but I have some, this is just for clarification, and we'll take them, Rob, Indra, and then Kathleen does have some questions for this applicant, and I have them printed here, but she may want to ask them herself, so we'll get to that after Rob, and then Indra.
Hey, thanks for applying, putting yourself out there, and thanks for waiting an hour while we figured out our police work.
No problem.
So I know this, I have a few questions, and this one, I can imagine that the answer is probably going to be that, you've got to play it by ear, but for capacity and length of stay, you talk about 90-day maximum, and by the way, I really appreciated your answer before about low barrier and sobriety and all that stuff, because it seems that was consistent with what I perceive. But the second part of that is, when you talk about length of stay, maximum of 90 days, and after 60 days, residents would receive a 30-day notice of termination of, and I can embrace that. My question would be, because I would imagine, regardless of whose facility it is anywhere in the world, at what point would someone be allowed to come back? In other words, it's 30 days, let's say you had a waiting list of people, which you could very well likely have. Most, I know Rogue Retreat does. Let's say you had a waiting list. If someone was asked to leave after 90 days, when would they be eligible maybe to return? And it could be a month, it could be a year later or 2 years later, but you say 90 days they're out, when would they be eligible? Have you thought that through?
I'm not sure. That would be a good question that I would ask for Sam Engel at Rogue Retreat, because he said many of their people, when they decide to leave, they do end up coming back.
Sure.
So I'm not exactly, I'd probably honestly model it after what they do. Off the top of my head, I would almost think 30 days. And then after 30 days, you can get back at the bottom of the waiting list.
Sure.
I don't know if that's an objectively reasonable time frame, or if it needs to be less than that. If it needs to be 14 days, you know, but I think another factor, and I don't know how big of a factor this can be, is, you know, were they actively trying? Were they actively trying to get jobs and trying to find housing? Or were they just leaving all day doing who knows what and then coming back to crash? And I'm not sure how much of a aspect that can play in the reentry or not. Again, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not an expert, but I did like, at the bottom of the waiting list is what makes sense, I guess, that you mentioned that. One aspect you talk about, I guess, your active engagement, step 3, resident begins mandatory voluntary service. Can you explain what mandatory voluntary means? Well, mandatory volunteer service, I guess, is what it says. What?
I think that may have been a typo. I think I meant to delete mandatory because the services aren't supposed to be mandatory. As far as I understand, we aren't supposed to have mandatory requirements. So I believe, I apologize, that mandatory, it's mandatory that it's voluntary. That's what it means.
Thank you. Thank you. And then apparently, as part of your budget, you've got $32.50 a month coming in from a lessee on the property already. Do we have any idea how that lessee would feel about being neighbors with 150 homeless people?
I have a good working relationship with the neighboring business owner. I recently actually just gave them an offer of owner carry to purchase their business, but I don't know if they'll accept it. But the lease that they're...
Excuse me, so I'm not talking about the neighboring business owner, the one that's actually on the property, right?
Yes,
the lessee.
yes.
Okay.
It's a neighboring, and they're the neighboring business, and they lease part of...
Got it.
So yeah, sorry for that confusion. And it's just for junkyard, for junk. It's literally a junkyard is what they lease it for.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So getting to your budget, you know, you talked about your ongoing being self-sufficient, which is mind-bogglingly awesome if anyone could pull that off, because I don't know of anybody that's really even proposing that, and maybe you're in a unique situation. So that's really exciting to me. But you've talked about the $50,000 social enterprise revenue, $50,000 projected, and that's ongoing. So that would be, is that annual? Is that?
I would say, yeah, that's probably be minimum annual, yeah.
When you say minimum annual, what does that mean?
Like at least that and more as yeah.
And where does that figure come from, 50,000?
Just from, I don't know, just from the calculations that I was doing for, you know, pretty basic calculations. I didn't really break it down. But yeah, that's
So is that your ongoing?
It's an estimate.
Is that your
it's
ongoing
a
business now? Is that your ongoing business now, or what?
No.
Okay. So what is that then? And where's social enterprise revenue? So what did you have in your mind? Best case.
So so that is probably about the revenue that the thrift store would make, and then with this project, I will have increased operational capacity, as well as selling salvage building materials and the mattress recycling, which brings in revenue. And I'm not sure if that answers your question. Probably not.
So it'd be an extension of the business you currently do? Is that? I mean.
It could be if it led to me hiring people out of, and that would be great. I hope that it leads to me being able to hire, and other businesses being able to hire full-time employees once they have someone that they have some work experience and some volunteer experience, or some workforce training experience.
Okay, and then in the other part of your budget, the local match, Now, that's in kind, right? That's an in-kind donation, the 100,000?
Yeah, that was basically just for the work that I'm going to be doing myself.
The work on the homeless site?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and like myself physically being the one that's going to these 150 people, and instead of a staffing cost.
Okay.
That's me covering 100,000 of staffing costs, basically, is what that is.
Basically, it's you donating your time and sweat equity,
Yeah.
basically. Okay, thank you. Down a little further, when you've got strategic grant pursuit, what I saw there, you say that you're going to strategically pursue highly specialized non-operational grants, and I'm just wondering why I don't see anything there about pursuing operational grants. I would imagine virtually every facility of this nature pursues operational grants, state, federal, whatever's available, local. But you talk about non-operational grants.
We'll pursue whatever grants we were eligible for. If we were eligible for grants that cover operations, then we would pursue those as well.
I didn't know if you had some kind of code or something, personal.
No, I just didn't necessarily want to be relying on
Gotcha.
on grants, because to me, you shouldn't be relying on grants for operational, because what if you don't get that grant?
Exactly.
You should be able to operate regardless of grant funding, I felt.
So on your dome situation, the recycled dome stuff, I still don't quite follow. Is this something that you've had some part in manufacturing, or you have some part in building, or what are these things?
So yes and no. I have spoken with the manufacturer who has the patent on these, the domes, and even the connector piece is made out of a piece of PVC, and the owner of the patent, he said he's happy to help, and he's given me permission to manufacture as many domes as I need to for the project. He just wants to see pictures and how you manufacture them is real simple. You just cut them to length and then drill one hole. But anyway, so yes, we would be essentially manufacturing, getting the pieces cut to size and assembling them. And that's with permission from the owner of the patent that created it. I didn't personally come up with it or anything, but I did reach out to the owner of the patent for this.
Okay, so I guess my follow-up to that was really my main concern was that when we talk about recycled materials, very often, whether it's tires or other things like that, there can be a lot of toxic substance in there. And I'm just wondering that if these domes are considered safe and something you could breathe freely if you lived in one, et cetera, because if it was something that you slapped together personally, I need some assurance that they're safe.
Yeah, and the other thing, in the budget allocation, I did price for if I had to buy all brand new PVC. And again, that was just in case I can't find the recycled stuff out there, or if there is concerns about, well, what chemicals was on that PVC, or whatever the case may be.
Okay. Thank you. Further down that page, you say something, this design ensures that stability leads directly to skill building, unlike simple, and you put in quotes, wet shelters, which often lack a vocational component. I don't understand, I've never heard the term wet shelter. What does that mean?
It was just a term I came across online for an unmanaged site, essentially.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. You talk about the two large communal buildings. They're in your budget. And you talk about dining, lounge, training space, et cetera. So dining is a lot different than cooking. So where do these 150 people cook?
So I was planning to I've been working with an individual, he's been helping me, who's staying at the on-track facility. And he said what they have in their kitchen is just a microwave and an air fryer. And again, working with fire code to make sure we're in compliance with everything. I was thinking bare minimum, a microwave and an air fryer. You can bake stuff in there, you can heat stuff up, and again, this would be working to make sure we're in compliance. maybe just like an electric hot plate to boil water type of thing, or even just an electric kettle that boils water, to do like, that way you can do, you know, noodles, boil water in an electric kettle, and then simple. So I was thinking really just really simple, bare minimum, just to make sure to keep costs down and to make sure that we were in compliance with all fire codes and everything.
Yeah, I'm not an expert. It would seem like you may want to rethink that and scale it for a much larger number of people. But, and that may require you recalculating some of your figures if you agreed that it might have to be scaled larger.
And that would be something that if I'm able to lower the cost by using the recycled, then I would have, you know, more cost to put towards something like that. I just wanted to make sure that I was keeping within budget and everything.
Sure. And then you've got a budget item, site infrastructure, $100,000. And you use a term, I'm not sure what it means, when you talk about a cost determination for trenching, piping, installation of water, sewer, et cetera, and then you say this item has been optimized for efficiency, relying on streamlined parallel utility work to meet reduced capital budget. What does parallel utility work mean?
I was just assuming that while we were doing sewer lines, we'd do water lines at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
And or if there was, I don't necessarily think there would be buried electrical, but that just, you know, once the ground is broken and, you know, ground is open, try to do it all. And that was another thing. They're already doing a lot of work down there on Spalding. They already have the ground broken down there for that building they're doing down there. So I was thinking it would work well with projects that are already going on.
Sure. Thank you. You've got under showers, $10,000 budgeted. And did you get a written estimate for any of that? Because it really seems, like every time if I hire a plumber to change a washer, it's extremely expensive. And I just wonder on this scale to come up with a shower situation for 150 people, I'm just wondering how you came up with the $10,000 figure.
So I plan to, obviously with proper drainage to the sewer line, I plan to have essentially outdoor shower stalls, and then they just are instant propane hot water heaters. And the number of those that we need, I think will be determined as we go forward. I'm not sure. I was thinking maybe 5 shower stalls. I don't know how many people are needing to shower all at once. Or, and then again, with me planning to do a lot of the work myself, I am a licensed contractor. I do have a retired plumber as part of my team.
Great.
Which, yeah, so I plan to keep costs down by doing a lot of the work myself.
Great. I didn't realize you were a licensed contractor. That makes a lot of your budget seem a lot more realistic. Thank you for adding that. Then when you've got roles and responsibilities of community partners, you mentioned Josephine County Sheriff's Department for several different things. Why was that not GPPD?
So the main reason for that, and I'm not sure the Sheriff's Department was necessarily the right department, was more so the Justice Department. So with HB 4002, there's enforced sentencing for delivery or sale of controlled substances near shelters. So I just wanted the Justice Department to officially acknowledge that if there's any delivery or sale of controlled substance near the shelter, that it will be met with enforced sentencing. That was my main reasoning for a partnership with them, is for them to make sure that they acknowledge that if you catch someone in the area delivering controlled substances, make sure it's met with the strictest sentencing.
Thank you. So you've got also a part of your history, your own history, and the last line of that is, we have provided or coordinated direct services to homeless population for 1 year through our formalized nonprofit structure. Can you elaborate on that?
So that's just like I was saying about on a one-on-one basis as homeless individuals come to me at my store, and I provide them with what they need, and if they want to help keep them busy, like the individual that was staying at On Track, he came down and said, you know, we're just sitting there all day with nothing to do. You got something to keep my hands busy? And So just little things, not necessarily anything to scale, but just on an individual one-on-one basis.
Thank you. And again, just to clarify again, I know you at least initially addressed this, and you may have addressed it fully. When you've got your reference sheet for the partners, you've got a very important one listed with a signature, and then you have 3 others listed. And again, those are people that you've reached out and contacted, or those are just people you thought would be good to write down, or what was it?
So with options, I've spoke with people at Options on the phone, and in person I went into their office to speak with them. From those conversations, they gave me emails, and then I sent emails to, so I have some email correspondence with Options, and then some email correspondence with UCAN. But like I said, nothing official in writing. I figured that would come in the following months.
Yeah, it would seem as though they all want to help whoever is chosen.
Exactly. I mean, there's so many organizations that exist to help the homeless people in our community. So to me, the partnerships are going to come to whoever is awarded the grant.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, thanks for applying. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I think that, Indra had some questions, and then Kathleen also has some questions.
Hi, Connor, thanks for being here. A lot of specific questions have been asked already, so I just kind of have some general questions. I'm curious about the structures. Rob touched on that a little bit, but are they manufactured nearby? Like, is there going to be any trouble when you need to order however many getting them in time?
Oh, no. I could go to Home Depot right now and grab the PVC pipe and use my saw and my drill and cut and manufacture them. Yeah,
So-
there's no issue with that.
Okay,
And
so they're pretty quick.
there would be a potential issue if I was only relying on needing recycled material, but that's why I budgeted for if I have to just go to the store tomorrow and buy brand new.
Okay, so you're going to construct them regardless, either new material or recycled?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
how long does it take to construct one?
Not long. It probably takes maybe 30 minutes to cut the pieces to size and everything, and then maybe an hour with 2 people to assemble it.
Okay, and are these structures being used, to your knowledge, elsewhere for homeless?
They are. They have been used for shelters. I can't tell you off the top of my head where, but yes, on their website, they mention other places where they have helped homeless situations with these structures.
Okay, and your costs were very reasonable, and so I understand some of that, but you would say those are, the costs you put down are realistic costs that you have priced out?
Yeah, like
all.
for example, the bathroom facility. If you have to go buy a modular bathroom facility, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this is a used one. It's local. It's only a couple hours away. I already arranged transport. So those are firm prices that are in there. And I actually allocated a couple $1,000s in that bathroom for upgrading and making sure it's all nice and good to go inside and everything, as well as the ramp and everything.
Are you planning to move your thrift store to that location and it would operate out of there?
No.
Okay.
I have a lot of processing and sorting that I have to do at my thrift store. I would like to move that aspect to there. That way, and again, it's, in my experience, a lot of the people, they want to help and they want to work. And so when I pull up and I say, hey, help me unload this truck and let's sort through, the metal goes in the metal, the wood goes in the wood, because I recycle everything. Wood gets recycled, metal gets recycled, mattresses get recycled, textiles get recycled. So there's a lot that can be recycled that people don't even realize. They just toss it in the dumpster. Like I drive by the dumpsters down by the camps and I'm like, half of that stuff is not supposed to be in the dumpster, it's recyclable. But just that aspect of just being able to pull up and maybe some of them want to work, maybe not, but I bet at least 5 guys are going to hop up and say, hey, we'll help you unload and we'll help you sort. And that's kind of where that will help my operational capacity to grow my business and increase my business. And if some of the funding for the place has to come out of my pocket, so be it, because it grew my business.
Okay. Will you have a space on site? I know you're going to refer to nonprofits. Will you have a space on site for nonprofits that maybe need to do work there with individuals?
Yes, I was planning on, there's a little, like a container that has been already turned into an office. There's one of those locally for sale for about $5,000. That isn't in the budget. That was something that I was going to keep my get costs down somewhere, and then hope to purchase that $5,000 unit as just an office to go, kind of an office, private office space.
Okay. And then looking at your timeline, of course, we hope things can be done more quickly. Is there a possibility, I think you had it fully operational by the deadline. Is there a chance you could get started? Like, how soon would you see people actually being able to be living at the site?
So a couple things to that. I'm not sure if it's possible to do like a tiered launch to where, hey, we got 10 domes up, 10 people come on in. We got 10 more domes up, 10 people come on in. Or if it needs to be all up before the gates open. So that would be something that I think would be discussed going forward is do you want us to start before we're fully operational letting people in? And my thinking is there's probably 10 guys that would be more than happy to help construct the domes. So we go, and then those are the first 10 that are in, and then we go say, hey, 10 more people want to come help, and then those are the next 10 that are in. And so that's, again, not necessarily has to be that way, but that was a way that I was thinking would get people in quicker. And again, with the timeline, I think the biggest thing is going to be just and really those shouldn't take long because it's going to be coming through you guys, like the planning and permitting just needs to go through planning, and then I think it comes to you guys for final approval for this, the type 4 special use permit, which I was planning on doing instead of the temporary fire, because then you have to renew that every 90 days. So, but anyway, sorry, I got off subject there.
So you would be willing, obviously you need time to get the infrastructure in, but you would be willing to open it as quickly as you could in a
yes, that was the
phased-
question. Yes, potentially we could open it sooner than May. And then that was the other thing that would take the longest is potentially getting the utilities there, and even that I don't see taking more than a month. I think on my timeline, I think I said probably take a month to finalize the property acquisition, the real estate deal and everything, and then a month to get utilities in, and then start constructing from there.
So in your estimate, what do you think would be the soonest you could start moving people in?
I would say possibly, let's see, so if the grant was awarded mid-November, I would say possibly March,
Okay.
if we could do a tiered and don't have them all up right away, and yeah.
Okay. And then admittedly, you don't have experience with a large group of homeless, case management. You've worked one-on-one. So my question is, we're giving a lot of money in the grant. Are you opposed to, I guess this would be a two-part. Are you opposed to bringing in help to case manage on site? Like, if you felt that, you really weren't doing it to the best of the ability that needed to be done, are you open to having help? And then with that is, you're an entrepreneur, you've started businesses, so just overall, I'd just like to hear about why you think you would be the best one to get this grant, and how you view success out of this.
So first of all, yes, like I said, any organizations, I would welcome partnerships from organizations. If organization came in and said, hey, we can do this or that, I would welcome partnerships from as many organizations as want to help. So yes, definitely. And then as far as, even the reason people are like, why would you even apply for that? What are you even doing? But so with what I do every day I throw away stuff, whether it's cabinets full of old food or old closets full of clothes or the mattress recycling. I recycle 150 mattresses every month, and those, well, it's great they get recycled and they don't end up in the landfill, but if people could be sleeping on them instead of sleeping on the ground, I think that's a better use. And so I'm in a unique position because of the amount of stuff that I process, and I have everything that they could need come in, and as even down to like laundry facilities, I don't even need to budget that in because I get washers and dryers on a regular basis, and if they don't work, we can repair them, and that teaches people a skill. So I think a big thing is just the perspective of you don't need to buy everything brand new. You can fix things, and these people out there, they want to help do that. I don't know. I'm just in a unique position with all the stuff that I have, all the stuff that I do. And like I said, I could give them physically all a bed by the time the place opens, as well as a cover with no money expense. And then I'd have a community closet with, they can go get clothes, and then when you're done with it, you wash them and hang them back up. A community library in there. I have so many books. I just got a load of some really cool books. And so yeah, I just think that just those things that give them something to do, even if it's just reading a book.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Crone, you had some questions, and if you would like me to read them, I will, but you certainly can ask them.
Yeah, I have some questions based on what I've heard already. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So, hi, Connor. I'm just calling in from outside to be part of this meeting, and I just, as I went through your application, I had some questions like, looking at your MOUs, my understanding that the main MOU that you have mid-rogue is mainly a health insurance sign-up help. That would mainly be there. They wouldn't do anything on site. You would have to send the clients to them to get signed up for insurance, or maybe they'd come on site to sign them up for insurance if they wanted it. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, like I said, and it would just, Mid-Rogues Foundation's role is mainly just helping get insurance, and then, I wouldn't really necessarily be requiring them to do anything on site. And then, like I said, if any organization if they want to have someone on site or send someone on site whenever, I'd be open to that, but I wouldn't necessarily be requiring that as part of the MOU. I don't know if that answered your question.
So, yeah, so a follow-up question, as I look at on page 6 at your service category list, Mid-Rogue Foundation as a health access navigation category is optional, as well as the job skills and training category is optional. How are you going to motivate people to get their needs met?
So I believe the RFP required all services to be optional. I don't think we were supposed to not have mandatory requirement of services, if I understand that correctly. But to answer your question, I think people will just be motivated by seeing their neighbor succeed. They're going to see, well, whoa, that guy just started working and now he got a real job and now he's about to get out of here. So I think success breeds success, and I think that people would just be motivated by seeing their neighbors be successful.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you're thinking also with the sustaining revenue model?
What was the
Self-sustaining
question?
revenue model?
What was the question?
Well, you've described that you're going to use a self-sustaining revenue model on page 8. Is that what you're kind of thinking with the job skills and training? That it?
Yeah.
I'm thinking your sustaining revenue model is that you're hoping that people will engage with the services or your jobs that you already have going and enlisting in those.
In addition to the lease that's already in place.
Yeah, but if it's optional, you know, I'm just wondering, if it's a little naive to think that people are going to just want to come on and help. I was wondering if there's you know, more of a motivating factor there that you're thinking of to get engaged in your businesses and things to keep them busy.
And I'm not sure exactly with the services needing to be voluntary and not having mandatory services. One thing that I was talking with Sam Engel is giving a stipend for a workforce training program. That way they're motivated financially. It's not necessarily an employment per se, but it is a stipend for a workforce training program is how Rogue Retreat does it, and then that can lead to formal employment. So maybe going that route, likely people are motivated by money.
Mm-hmm.
And also just having a site, and even if 1% of the people decides to help, that's still 1.5 people, and that's still help, and then that's still helping people. And yeah, and like I said, even if some of the money for the utilities ends up having to come out of my pocket, so be it, because my business will have grown by having a better sorting facility, and even if it's just 2 more helpful workers.
Okay, I understand. So the second question that I had is, who are you contracting as a bookkeeper to keep track of the finances for the grant?
I was planning on using the treasurer of my nonprofit as our bookkeeper. She's done bookkeeping work for, I don't know, 20 years.
So you already have that in place?
Yeah.
And is that a online system, or is that a written system, or?
It's an online system. She used a variety of different online tools.
Okay. And I guess the other thing I was wondering about is, do you have a board, and how many are on your board?
So yeah, I think Seth asked that earlier. So my formal board of my nonprofit has 4 members. I would likely form an additional board for this. I think I was saying I have at least 7 people that I would, you know, if I send a text to them right now and said, hey, we got to formally form this board. But I don't necessarily have a signature of those people for an in-place board per se. But my nonprofit does have a board of 4 members, and then I would plan to put in place a separate board with the members that I have.
Okay, I see. And do you have any formal aftercare thoughts of when people leave your program after 90 days or however long, if any kind of aftercare follow-up?
I hadn't necessarily thought about that. One thing that I did already think about, and I actually reached out to a couple property managers, is being a licensed contractor and being that I do property cleanup, I reached out to some property managers and said, basically, would you be willing to waive a deposit and waive a triple rent requirement for people graduating from my program? And in return, if anything happened, I would clean the place up and get it back into rentable state on my dime. And the property managers that I reached out to were really interested in that, and it would help them fill vacancies immediately. It wouldn't cost the owners money because I would cover the cleanup costs and all that, and it gets people into stable housing by removing some of the barriers, because a lot of times you have to make triple the rent to qualify, and that can be tough when you're just getting a job or not having a job. So that was another thing down the road as far as keeping up with them. And then if people were in housing that we set up for them, we would definitely keep in constant contact with them. Apart from that, I don't know, maybe after 30 days, we call the people that left and check in on them, say, hey, how's it going? Where are you at now? Yeah, that wasn't something that I had fully thought through.
Okay, I guess my final question is, do you see yourself as a housing first model or a treatment model? Recovery and a addiction recovery model?
I guess I would say housing first, because our plan is, get you in a shelter. You got your own dome. You're safe and dry. You don't need to worry about going around to collect a 10 or whatever. Now you're safe and dry. Now get your ID. Now work on whatever health issues may have, whatever. So I guess that sounds like housing first or shelter first. I'm not sure, yeah? If that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much. Thanks for applying.
Thank you.
That's all for me now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crone. And any other questions for this applicant? All right, thank you. Oh, yes, Eric, thank you.
Sorry for the late raising of my hand there. Okay, so you had mentioned the refurbished bicycle program there for the transportation. I know that this is a problem with a lot of the temporary resting sites we have currently, is the bicycle parts and everything else. So I guess maybe you haven't thought of this or not, I'm not sure, but what are you going to do to ensure that a lot of these bicycles are not stolen? I know this is a very difficult thing to do. I don't know if you've thought of that or not, and see what your response is.
So part of my thinking with that is I would be planning to partner with to get discarded bicycles from the neighboring metal recycling facility that are bicycles that have already been discarded. And then if I am, by that way, able to give them an opportunity to, hey, here's a bike that you just have to work on a little bit, and then you have it. You don't have to go out and steal one. You don't have to go risk going to jail. We got one right here. You just got to put some work into it. So I think by preemptively saying, here, look, we have a program where we have these bikes, but you got to work on them. And then obviously some of them already do that and enjoy doing that, but then they would have kind of a designated space. Like, hey, okay, go to the bicycle workshop and, fix up a bicycle, and now you got some transportation. So that's another thing I actually throw away all the time when I'm doing clean outs is bicycles. And it's, you wouldn't necessarily think about it, but someone's like, oh, those old bikes have been sitting on the side forever. We're just selling the place now, and now I have 10 bikes in my truck. So I think there's an opportunity there in just by using discarded bicycles to divert them from wanting to go steal them. And then also I believe there's, I can call the GPPD and check on if say someone comes in with a bicycle that is, that looks really expensive, maybe we should double check and make sure that's not stolen. I don't know how we judge that necessarily. Or maybe it's just every bike that comes in. We call and we make sure it's not stolen. Is there a report of this bicycle being stolen? Then, well, here's GPPD. And that could be the route to go, is anytime, if anyone comes in with a bicycle, we have to call and we have to make sure it's not reported stolen.
Thank you.
Indra, did I see you had a question? Indra?
Yes, a lot of your plan is based on recycling and your experience there. What would you say to someone that said you're just doing this to help your recycling business, not so much to help homeless?
I would say anytime that anyone has a problem, I think it's good to look for win-win solutions. And if you can come up with a win-win-win solution, then that is the best solution. And I think my solution helps the homeless people by giving them a dignified shelter. It helps them by giving them an opportunity to work if they want to. It also helps by directing them to the referral, whatever needs they need, helps in that way. And yes, I believe it will help my business, and that's part of the reason why I'm doing this is it helps the community, and it even helps my business in just when people drive through downtown and they don't see that, they think, okay, maybe we'll move here. And then maybe we'll have to buy a house. And then when someone sells that house, someone's got to remove all the stuff and they call me. So just in that way, it organically, whoever gets awarded it will organically grow everyone's business, I believe. So I would say, yeah, it's a win-win-win situation. And yeah, I think that's...
All right, any last questions for this applicant? Connor, thank you so much for applying and thank you for your interview. And I have a request from at least one counselor, there are probably more, to take a 5-minute break. And so 5 to a 7-minute break here, and we will reconvene at about 2:07 or so. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got that same exact.
Okay, we're going to say 2-minute warning. It's a little bit more time, but we have a lot of people here, so that's all right. All right, I do believe that we are ready to continue with our interview. And so up next, I believe in alphabetical order, will be...
Elk Island Trading Group, and I believe Bernie Woodard is here to present.
Okay, take your time.
You guys have a big chore out here. I watched somebody's video the other day on Facebook that showed people on one side of the street and then the other side of the street, and this guy was all courageous going down through. And I don't know what anybody's politics are, so I'm really good here. It was like they would go down through the anti-Trump side and just talk to people and get people's opinions, and then he goes down the other side, and it's, you know, the for Trump side, and you know, not hardly anybody bothered him. All of this, people with different attitudes and different feelings, but nobody was really heckling him or anything like that, or creating any kind of threat of bodily damage. And then he goes over to the corner that he started across from the city hall, whichever way the homeless camps are. And he goes close to that gate, and here comes a homeless guy out of there screaming at him, ready to beat him up, and he has to beat feet down the street, as one of my attorneys used to say, to get away from this guy. And it was like, some of those guys out there, they have, you know, they've been pushed into a corner in their life, and they have no place to go, and they're the most destitute of all people that we have in our communities. And so we really have to be careful of those people, but also it's like, how do we reintegrate them into our communities? And that's a challenge you guys have as elected officials and leaders and hired officials for our community to get to that point. And you guys are doing a good job, because you've at least put a grant application out for people to apply for, like me and the other applicants. There's a lot of communities that don't get that far. So no matter how much argument might be up there or whatever between the people, understand you're farther ahead than a lot of other communities that doesn't even discuss this. My name is Bernie Woodard with Elk Island Trading Group from Roseburg, Oregon. We have 3 legal tent camps in the city of Roseburg. All of them are sanctioned by the city. For probably 10 years, I told the city that, hey, we have to create a way that we can have tent camps on our private property, and that can alleviate some of the people that's downtown. So now the people that might say, hey, I want a place to stay, or I want to help a homeless person, they can take them into their property and say, hey, you can stay here for a while, you know, I'll lead you, I'll be help teach you some things. It took several years for that to happen, but the city finally in 2022, I think it was, created what was called a tent camp resolution. And first off, I'd recommend this city think about that, so that even aside from this grant application, that maybe a tent camp resolution where private property owners that have large sections of property like we do in Roseburg can pick out some that's non-residential, commercial, or whatever, and they can approve so many tent camps. Not a lot. We have 10 on each one of our areas, so not a lot where it's inundated like our streets out here are. But you have some, and so you deduct those people, whoever you can get on there, you deduct that from your overall 200 or 300 people. So I would recommend that, whether I'm involved with this grant or not, I think that would be a good way for other people to get involved that are large landowners to help. As of today, we have over 20,000 nights or days that we've had people stay in our camps. You know, not everybody's for me in Roseburg, not everybody's against me. It's probably about half and half. And it's like, here's what we can do for people. We provide our properties, and we've had 20,000 day nights of people staying not only at night on our property, but through the day, so they're not walking around through the community and all those kind of things. And all of that's with no taxpayer funding. Nobody has ever, no city, nonprofit or anybody has given us money to do our camps. We've just done them. Then we know today that you guys are you're going to take care of the statewide obligation under House Bill 3115, and then also the recent court settlement that required 150 beds. That's what we're here for today, as I understand it, getting this community 150 beds that people can sleep in at night, hopefully be there through the day. Then our model is that we want to bring people from the street and from tents to a place where they can be, have a place that's safe for them, and it's safe for the community, dignified. The first two rules of our camps are no alcohol and no drugs on site. The next one is no hoarding or accumulating of debris. There's 2 or 3 reasons about not hoarding debris. One of them is safety. Another thing that looks bad and everybody just says, hey, this is a nasty looking place. We don't want that. You guys have that over here in several blocks right now that you're trying to get rid of. So this site, whoever gets it, should make sure they don't have hoarding. Our first goal is elevated beds. People that sleep on the ground, whether it's on a mattress or a sleeping bag or whatever, are 4 times as susceptible to get sick. So they have to be elevated beds. And so our plan is to build Connex buildings. I don't even know it's millions and millions of Connex buildings come into the United States. And if you guys follow all of the trade stuff, there's a lot more that comes into the United States and goes back out. I think about half of the Connex buildings, Connex containers, don't come out. So our plan is to convert Connex buildings, as you see on the right side of the screen, into 3 different units. Each unit there would be about 13 feet by 8 feet, so they're going to be bigger than any kind of tent. They're going to have more things in them than any tent, or basically a lot of other micro shelters that you would have out there. They'll have a 36-inch door, like the door there opens inside, but they would open outside actually. It'd have a smart TV on it so that people could watch TV, but they could also do their work on it because it would be a computer screen. And then they could also do home care. There's a big thing today, Boulder Care is one of them that does a lot of telehealth on the computer, on TV screens, and we want them to be able to do that. So they would be a bunk bed. The bunk bed would be, the one on top would be a little harder to get to, but the one on the bottom would be ADA approved. So you have a 36-inch door. You can get in, you have an ADA bed on bottom, the top bunk for the more agile person. But they're a little sleeping, living, and even eating area. Now all of that would be going on inside there. Then you look at the bigger drawing to the left. Our goal is to convert or connect those connexes. Each one of the 3 rectangles is actually a 40-foot connex. Those connexes are connected to each other by whichever firewall, whether it's a 2-hour or 1-hour that were required by the building code. They would be connected together, and then that way we would be able to run electric and water and everything on top, and then a splitter, heating and air conditioning unit to each one of the 40 units. So instead of them outside starting a warming fire, they've actually got a split heating air conditioning unit inside where they literally have heating in the wintertime, air in the summer, and they have a safe place. And then we have electric conduits that come across the top and drop down into the units. Then down to the bottom right, you can see that there's some pallet houses. I think it's 5 pallet houses that would be 8 by 8 and would have ADA approved beds on each side. So each pallet house would have two ADA compliant beds, and then there's a sidewalk in between the pallet houses and the bottom right-hand side connexes. That would be an ADA compliant sidewalk that goes out to the sidewalk. So now our ADA people and the ADA requirements of the circuit court ruling is taken care of, because now they have complete access to the sidewalk, which you guys have already created the ramps and everything on that street. And so then we also, in the middle, you see the street on the right, there's a 20-foot wide at least driveway that goes back to about the middle and then drops down to the property that Mint has now. And Mint's our partner, and the reason Mint is our only MOU partner is because we don't know everybody down here, but Mint does, and Mint has good capabilities of holding this thing together. My job is going to be to build this out, create these solid beds, not something that's going to blow away in the wind, because believe me, I've been there when they blow away on Christmas night, and we're down there the next day and having to pick all these tents up in these tent camps. We need something more secure, and for $1,200,000, you guys deserve something more secure. So then our drive comes down to the bottom and meets Mint's property. Then Mint will wrap around and do all of our wraparound services for medical, IDs and things like that. I'm sorry, this thing says 1 second. Cassie, I'd like to bring Cassie up here.
I don't think we have time, do we?
Can,
Yeah, I believe time is over. Perhaps if people have specific questions, then, okay.
okay, sorry about that. I messed up the time. There's so much to do with this. There's so many angles, and there's so many learning curves. You know, so however much time it takes you guys to study out what's good for Grants Pass, that's all I can say, is take your time, make sure you have the right person. Whether it's me or somebody else, just make sure it's right. That's a lot of money, $1.2 million. You have a nice community, and you need to make sure that you do the right choices for that community. I guess I'll take questions.
Thank you so much. All right. Questions? Indra.
I will start. So in Roseburg, you have several smaller sites. That's, I read a referral seemed to be successful. This will be one large site. What do you see as the challenge and the strengths of having one large site versus smaller?
With one large site, we can get all of the wraparound services, inclusive, since we're right by Mint. We can get them to come to us. Instead of having all of that traffic of 150 people walking down the streets every day, now we have some of the wraparound services coming to our facility and working with our people. We have a lot more power. Where in Roseburg, we're allowed 10 tents, and we've had like a maximum of 23 people, because we've had like 5 people in one bigger tent that was a family, and most of them are couples or singles. And so we don't have a lot of power in numbers there, but in a large camp, we could have power in numbers. Does that answer?
And so I was confused by the diagram. Where exactly is 210? Because there's a vacant lot on the side of Mint, and then there's the behind. Is 210 the behind part or the side part? 210
is the blank lot. It's an empty lot, and if you look at the Google image, and I think I have one I gave to Stephanie, it shows because I read something out online saying there was no entrance to the street, but yeah, that was it. That right there shows there's a city entrance already to the street, or to the parking, or to the camp area.
When you're facing the buildings, it's the right-hand side lot, correct?
Yeah, it would be right on past the sidewalk. Everything back in that area would be our village of connexes. And we would take up almost every foot that we possibly can, that we can work with the building department to get in there, to get as many units as possible.
Okay. And then it was a surprise partnership, at least for me, to look at. So I would like to hear from from Cassie, like, how did this partnership come about, and what more is your role in it, please.
Thank you, guys. So we were approached by not just Elks Trading, but also Pathways Disability, and we're very supportive of both organizations, and we just want to see a solution. We have not been shy in saying that we will come to whoever receives this grant and offer our services. I think not everybody understands what Mint does in that navigation center, and as it stands right now, we have Adapt, we have On Track, we have Options, we have Southern Oregon Pathways, we have Dev Ministries. They all come into our facility on a regular basis and meet with clients. So it's not just like Mint's going to provide the wraparound services. Mint is going to provide those wraparound services in conjunction with all the other agencies as well, because that's our current model, is we partner with our other nonprofit agencies with a focus on getting people into substance use and mental health treatment and then into stable housing. Is that helpful?
And if I can add
All
to
right,
that.
I had, go ahead
No.
and finish, and then up next I saw Seth, Eric, Rob.
Okay, if I could add to yours, then when I saw what they did and I liked the power they have, because I'm involved with groups in Roseburg, that H-tag, and they have it seems like 1,000 different people that are nonprofits that say they can do this or that, but then it's like nobody gets anything done. And it's like, I said, okay, we can partner with Mint, and if we can get an agreement with them, we can make this happen. And so then Cassie set it up where I could meet with their board, and we talked, and we came to this agreement.
Yeah, thanks for replying. I appreciate it. I know it's a lot of work. This is the second go around, but is there any explanation for the I guess attempted withdrawal of the application, and then after that wanting to be back in the mix?
There was two different reasons. One is it felt like all of the stuff I was starting to read on the internet, it seemed like Grants Pass wasn't going to be honest. That there was a certain amount, I was told that a certain amount of people on this council was going to vote one way no matter what. And it was already preconceived. And so I started thinking, why waste the time? Because I already have enough battles of trying to make sure things work right, of the choices that I make, and it just seemed like I was going to get into another one. And I hope that's not the case. And I reconsidered, and I just said, hey, Grants Pass is trying to make a difference. And I already said that part, but you guys are. And so I wanted to try to help if I can.
Okay. Thank you. Then I have one other quick one. Who is Richard Weber?
Richard Weber is my business partner. He's about 70, a little bit older than me, a little bit shorter, and a little bit heavier, at least for this year. But he goes and goes and goes. He usually takes care of the daily apparatus of the camps to make sure everybody's going in the right direction and doing what they're supposed to do.
And so your partners on Elk Island and the Measure 37 then? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Richard Weber is, the one is an LLC and the other is a corporation. Richard's the president of the Measure 37 Development Construction Company. It's been licensed since 2006. Elk Island Training Group's been an entity since 2014.
Okay. And then just the last one, I guess, just came to mind. I mean, you're obviously, based out of Roseburg, so, I mean, why Grants Pass? I mean, you were...
Well,
yeah.
I can give you the why. It's because I think I've hit a wall. I've hit a wall at Roseburg, and I would hope that you guys don't hit that same wall. And that wall is political unrest. That I believe I have a way forward that we can get, because we're sitting right now, our properties, we own probably 20 some properties. Elk Island Trading Group does, inclusive of a 25-acre island. And the city unmanaged camps are sitting right in Deer Creek Park, right next to all of our property. And so that created, like, we've got to do something ourselves. And so that's why we started trying to fix this. And now we've tried to get the council, the city, to expand our program, but they don't want to expand it. So I'm here to get you guys to see if you want to do it.
Eric, and then Rob, and then Joel.
Thank you for applying. I know as you're putting yourself out there along with all the other applicants, it's a tough job. I had a question in terms of the footprint, the layout. I noticed it was 268 feet by 75 feet, if I'm reading that correctly. So that is quite a bit of people to fit into that small amount of space. I mean, I say small, I mean, it's a large space, but for 150 people, it's packing in a lot of folks in there.
I love the question, because I think we have to look at the homeless camps differently. And our navigation center in Roseburg basically has 35 people in it, and not ours, but UCAN's, but has a 200 or 300 person waiting list. There's no real moving them out. They just sit in there. And that's not what we want to do. What we want to do here is create a triage kind of method that when people come in, yes, it's small, but we want it to be efficient, that we figure out what the needs are. Does this person need a bus ticket out? And I know that's a joke a lot of times, but sometimes they really do just need a bus ticket to go back home. And so let's get them the bus ticket. And then next is like, are they there they just need a place because they have a job, but they can't afford a house. And so let's get them into a bed until they can afford that house. And then the next people you have are the ones that are on drugs and alcohol or have mental illnesses. And so then you want to try to filter those guys out and not filter them out, but get them into the right services. And then again, that's what Mint's supposed to be for. And that's why we like that location, where we could triage or move people out quickly. And the quicker we get them into the places they need to go, the less people we have out here in our parks or wherever it's on the city blocks. And hopefully that's the thing I see. When we look at 5 acres, and I have 5 acres, and I have 25 acres, it's like, but if you give it all to them, they're just going to clutter it all up. And I don't mean to offend anybody, but that's kind of the way they are. Is like if you give them a 20 by 20, and I'm just talking about homeless, you give them 20 by 20 area, they're going to fill that up with everything. But if you give them a room like we're talking about, and you give them rules, now we've eliminated a lot of those camps. And now we hopefully work with them to get them to the next level where they can get out of that facility. But I believe, secondly, though, that once we do that, and we can all do that, once we work through the homeless population, that there's going to be a group of people that still can't afford a house. They'll never be able to afford a house like you do or I do, or an apartment. Or maybe they're disabled, and I didn't mention those. But they can stay in these after we're done using it as a triage center for the homeless program that we've got going here.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple more questions. So in terms of many of the homeless here in the temporary resting sites, whether or not people admit it or not, they have a problem with drug abuse and drug addiction. So my question to you is, what, after meeting all the laws, the low barrier, I mean, I didn't see much in your application in terms of an incentive to try to be able to get a lot of these folks clean and off the drugs and recovered so that they can sustain a better life.
Well, just so we're clear on that, I probably had some of that in the first application, and this one I probably condensed it a lot. And the reason I got into this was because my wife is a drug and alcohol nurse for ADAPT in Roseburg. And she told me the reason that most people don't recover is because they'll go through a detox program or they'll go through a rehab program, and then they're immediately kicked right back into the camps. And then when they're kicked back into the camps, there's the drug and alcohol use again, and they get caught back up in it. So that's why we created our 3 camps in Roseburg as drug and alcohol free, to try to give people that minute or few days that they're able to say no, and they're able to recover their lives. And so just because it's not in here doesn't mean that's not the number one thing, because that's what started our whole program, was to help people get off of drugs and alcohol. And that's what we brought Mint in for, is for them to be the wraparound and work with people they know can help get that done. So that we can make sure that people get the help they need, and not just in a tent down, a tent down somewhere that's just not going to help. It doesn't help them, and it doesn't help you guys or the whole community.
Okay, I've got one more question here. So I noticed on here.
I really like answering things, to be honest with you.
Good, very good. Then you've come to the right place. All right, so we've got the bridging the gap. I think this was done up by Cassie, Cassie Leach. She wrote on here. It's a MOU, I think, for Bi-Mart, and it says that, I'm going to read it. It says, "This understanding has been confirmed through direct communication with Bi-Mart's management." There's no name there. I'm not sure exactly who, but it says, "and remains in effect with their consent. While no ownership or lease transfer has taken place, Bi-Mart has authorized Mint's continued use of the property as a collaborative community effort." Now, legally speaking, I'm not sure if that holds up. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just asking the question, because to me, that's a big deal for liability. Do we have a contract, anything like that from Bi-Mart?
If I may.
Yes, please, thank you.
You asked me earlier, and I said part of it was because of the political about withdrawing. The other half was that I had called Bi-Mart to make sure that Mint had the agreement for that lot. And they didn't get back to me until the following Monday. And then they got back to me and said, yes, they have a purchase agreement. You send me $200,000 and we're going to get you the property right now. And so I was committing and making sure that the dots were connected so that we didn't get anybody in any kind of liability issue, because that's not what I'm here for and not what you're here for. But Bi-Mart, you can call Tom. Tom Watson is the president of Bi-Mart. And then there's a Ron there that I talked to before that. But they'll confirm that we've spoken with them, and they've agreed to $200,000 for the lot.
Okay, I lied. I have one more question. I just thought of it. Okay, so before, I know it was a pretty contentious issue with the Parker building down there being in pretty bad disrepair with the electrical, dilapidated floors, all the walls, the attic, all that. I'm just wanting to, I'm not sure what we had in terms of what was fixed and what wasn't fixed. I know that that building is going to be used as a temporary restroom, so there's some more liability that I'm thinking about. I'm not sure, has that all been fixed, and are there inspection reports that say to that effect?
I have not seen those, but I have looked at that site, and personally, I've renovated schools that were falling all the way in, that were historic 1882, and churches at 1952. So I know there's nothing in that building that we cannot help them fix. But what we're geared to right now is just behind their secondary building. On their plan that they had was just creating the bathrooms that we need for the people participating in our program. But then when we do bathrooms and showers there, and that's part of our budget, I think $198,000 to build the bathrooms there. So that will assist Mint with the people they have having bathroom showers also, but then it also takes care of our 152 people. But whatever condition the building is in, I can't actually speak to all that, but I can speak to what we're going to do with the bathrooms and showers for our grant application.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Stephanie's got it up. The blue area in the middle at the bottom is where the bathrooms and shower facility would be on the Mint location. And then you can see where the driveway would be another walkway. It's also fire. It would, work, we think, for fire and emergency access coming from the top of the page onto the back of their property.
I think Rob was next.
Yeah, first, I want to, Eric's question about property control was probably my first question, so I appreciate you answering that. Just briefly, if Cassie could answer one of Eric's other question. Initially, last year, why I very reluctantly voted not to give Mint the money, I was concerned with the condition of the buildings and all that stuff, and my understanding is they've been improved dramatically, and so can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, so I won't speak to the old Parker Furniture Building. We have not done much in that building, but we also don't utilize it. But for the navigation center that sees 50 to 70 people a day, what we have done is updated our electrical completely. So Brownell Electric has come in and added outlets everywhere and did all that. I believe it was and then we did HVAC. We have 2 HVAC units. And then with the help of Doug Walker, we've been added a ridiculous amount of beams. I think it's every 8 feet to help secure the roof. And we've cleaned out the attic completely and worked on some insulation stuff. So we've done about $30,000 to $40,000 in renovations, and we can continue down the capital campaign. Our next step is to get kind of a bigger where we would completely renovate it and then do the bathroom shower facility, but we didn't want to move forward until we had about 80% of the funds. But everything we did up to now was through the recommendation from the fire department and other contractors saying this is really what we need to do to make sure this place is safe until you can make it what you want.
That's awesome. And the fact that you guys did it without the city's help is even more impressive. Thank you. So getting back to, I forget your last, Bernie.
Bernie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Woodruff. And I want to, it's great finally getting a chance to meet you. After the first round of applications and whatnot, I had people in the city telling me that I should reach out to Bernie and talk to him, and I decided, yeah, I want to, but I ain't going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I am not going to talk to individual applicants, and that was, and that was even before the second round of applications happened. But now we get to meet you, and which leads me to my question. You seem like a really nice guy. You've got, and all I know about your camps is what I read in the Courier. Your actually I shouldn't say that. I've read articles out of Roseburg as well after the Courier article piqued my interest. But it seemed like in those camps, the 10-person camps, it seemed like the people got along well. It seemed like they were agreeable sorts. It seemed like they had some kind of respect for order and their own possessions and possibly other people's possessions. That's the way the Courier article made it appear to me. So my question is, when we're going to deal with the full spectrum potentially of homeless, and that's, from, we'll say, an elderly woman who got thrown out of her house because her Social Security note doesn't cover her new rent, as one end of the spectrum, and the other end of the spectrum being somebody who screams in traffic naked at cars that are going by. We've got a big spectrum, and are you able to deal with the extreme end of that spectrum? Because I didn't see that referred to in the article in the Courier at all. It seemed like all your people were coexisted in peace.
They weren't
what do you do when you do with bad characters knock on your door?
I'm sorry, you're finished. They weren't like that to begin with. I've had guys in my campground that I was telling my wife about it and a friend of hers last night, that the guy was screaming at the top of his lungs, calling people names and all rough, bearded, and in a grocery cart. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, it's like everybody tells me they'll do something, and I fill out all this paperwork, and then they don't do anything. They don't help. And, then I'm like, have you considered our camps? And I pointed him over to our Washington Bridge camp, and he went in there. 2 or 3 weeks later, I go down there, and the guy's like dressed in these Hawaiian clothes with shorts. He's all tan, and he's doing a newspaper article about how happy he is about being in this location. And you know, that's not going to be the case with everybody. But the handicapped, yeah, we've dealt with them. We've dealt with people that are a little bit off mentally, and I don't even know the right political term to use for it. But we've had to deal with a lot of people. But I don't know that anybody's ever ready for what can come through that door from unmanaged homeless camps. You just have to be as ready as you can to say, okay, this is what we've got. If you follow our rules, we're going to get you a bed, and then we're going to try to help you get your life back together. And we're going to try to say that to every person that comes up. And the reason I think my camps like me is because I jump in the river with them. I jump in the creek with them, and it's not to swim. It's we're cleaning out messes out of the South Umpqua River, and we're pulling out I-beams, and we're pulling out grocery carts. This is my camps that do this, you know, because they see the leadership, you know, that I'm not sitting back and just saying, hey, you go do this. You know, I'm leading the way for them to get in there with me. And that's the way I think any leader has to do it to get people to follow them into whatever it's going to be. And so, yeah, whatever comes through that door, like that Gladiator movie was, it's like, you know, whatever comes through that gate, we all better have a better chance if we stand together to face it. And that's what we have to do.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So I got, I guess, a question for Cassie. So when we talk about, you know, basically, I guess Bernie has you listed as his only MOU, and you mentioned before a bunch of other, or maybe he mentioned, I'm not sure, how you connect with the other nonprofits around the city. Can you, two things, go over again the other nonprofits that you regularly connect with, and is there anything there that, any service that you wish existed that you don't have access to?
Yeah, so right now we regularly see, you know, HIV Alliance, Max's Mission, Adapt, On Track Options, UCAN, they're all in our, Southern Oregon Pathways, I don't want to forget them, but they're in our facility on a regular basis because we share clients, you know, it's a coordinated effort. And so a lot of times Mint's a touching point because we have our Thursday outreach, or people come into the navigation center for hot food, and then my case manager engages with them and they're like, oh, you want treatment? Well, we have all these options for treatment here, not options, well, anyways, we have all these facilities that offer treatment here. And we tell them about them and they're like, oh, I'm really interested in On Track. So we call one of the peer supports from On Track and we say, hey, there's a person here that is interested in substance support. Can you come down? And so that's kind of how we do it. An example I will give you is, you know, we had a gentleman that got HUD vouchers through UCAN. Adapt was helping him try to find housing. He struggled with substance use, but he wasn't ready to address that just yet. He came into Mint on a regular basis. We were the one that connected him with UCAN, connected him with Adapt, and then Southern Oregon Pathway, who's a substance use provider, got involved. You know, and so we're all trying to help this guy find housing. We all knew that substance use was his problem. That's preventing him from housing, and he ended up overdosing, and it was on a Tuesday night. Wednesday morning he comes in sobbing, crying into Mint because we're a safe place, and he says, I'm ready for treatment. I call Southern Oregon Pathways right away. They come down, do an assessment that day, and Adapt drove him to treatment on Friday, and that was 10 days ago, and the last update is he's doing well. Because the reality is the people that are doing the hard work working with these unhoused individuals will bend over backwards to support them and each other to make sure that they have a better outlook on life. And, you know, because we provide medical care at our facility, we are able to see people from a different lens. So a lot of the times people approach Mint because they have a wound. And through that wound, we build trust. We're able to heal them from that wound, prevent them from going to the emergency department. But that's when we learn that maybe they're interested in treatment. And so, you know, sometimes through medical ailments, we're able to connect them to the service modalities. Did that answer?
That's awesome, and I really appreciate hearing a success story. And then I asked one follow-up question. Is there anything that is not available locally that Mint wishes? Is there a nonprofit that we're missing here? Is there some need that you see in the homeless community that you don't have an ability to refer to?
I would just say shower facilities and laundry facility is the biggest need, but no, I think the missing link in Grants Pass is shelter. The boots on the ground that we have in our community working with the unhoused are profoundly amazing and awesome. So I think we have all the right resources in place. We're just missing shelter, which is what prevents people from being in survival mode. And when people are in survival mode, they can't make rash decisions, you know. So getting them a safe place to be is really what I think is the missing link.
Thank you very much.
Joel, and then Kathleen is on, Joel, and then Indra, and then Kathleen online.
Bernie, I appreciate you applying.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to add to your application about how the shelter site, how you and will take into consideration the need for reasonable separation from socially sensitive areas, and how you'll work with the community surrounding the project location to minimize adverse community effects? Do you have anything to add to your application on that?
Okay, if we go back to our plan, we could either do the normal thing of put a chain link fence around and then we put a privacy fence on top of it. You guys have seen that trick down here too. And so we can either do that or we could get a variance to where we can consider our Connex buildings as a still metal wall on the outside. And so basically we would reformat our application or our drawing to where the connexes would surround the whole property, except where the fire, life, and safety access would be on the front on Redwood Highway. So then we would have a 9-foot metal wall around the whole thing. I think, and it wouldn't have windows. Our windows and doors would be on the inside coming out into the courtyard area. But then we would just clean it and paint the outside wall so it looked good for the community. Other than that, what we have is every week our camps have a morning meeting where they talk about what they can do better in the community. And our camps have 17 or so volunteers that volunteer to actually go out and help the city police clean the camps from illegal camps. And all 3 of our camps have been awarded Distinguished Camp Awards for that from the city of Roseburg.
Okay. Thank you for your answer, Bernie. Do you have anything to add to the description of rules, policies, procedures, and other criteria that an unsheltered individual must meet in order to have a place to stay and receive services?
To be honest, I don't remember exactly what all might be said on there, but you know, I know this has to be low barrier. So unless somebody comes in there in a drunken stupor or whatever, you know, then we're going to call sobering people. And those are some things we need to learn who to call. And that's what we hope to get from Mint is like if this person comes in too drunk to actually be in here and they're going to create chaos for our other 151 people in there, okay. It's like, how do we move them?
Okay, and then could you add to your description of what a typical track is for an individual from initial arrival to transition from the program? How do they come in? What happens and before they get out, and how do they get out?
Well, that's going to be a little different down here because up there what we have is incentive programs where people basically volunteer work and they might get better accommodations in some way. And here, if we start with everybody getting the best, being a VED and a Connex, we don't have incentive programs. So we have to figure another way to get to them. Up there also, what I have is I have agreements with people like Buy Two, which I don't know if Buy Two's down here, but they own a lot of gas stations in Roseburg. And then I have agreements with Denny's, and I can't remember one other company. You know, we need to establish those agreements with companies that will hire our people that are following the rules. And then hopefully that'll get them employment. And then when they get employment and they're starting to make a few checks and they're able to still stay on our site, now they get some money in their pocket and they can move on. Now, how long that takes, it's just different for everybody. And it just depends on how much a person makes and can they really pay for everything that a house costs us today, an apartment. And that's why I believe that this project, or even another one, if we did another one, not just one, but if we end up figuring out a way to do another one, that when we're done with it and we've triaged ourselves out of all this homeless mess that we have out there, then we leave those as an alternative housing solution for people to live in all the time, because those people that can't go rent an apartment or rent a house, they'll have a place to stay. Somebody that's handicapped with one arm or one leg, just all those different things. But I've done this homeless thing for 13 years, counting Elk Island, which means 11 illegal years and 2 legal years. By illegal, the city hated me for doing it, but I was continuing to say, we need to do this. We got to do something. So people stay on Elk Island and help mow and clean up and all that. And then when the new law passed, it's like, okay, now let's start our camps. We've had a lot of transitions. We've had couples leave. We've had people get married even in our camps. But I don't know that I've taken the time that I probably should on this big of a project like you all have. I need to make sure we have the right paperwork in place, and hopefully I'll throw that on Mint too, that they can, like when people come in and then what they need and then when they leave. And so we can come back to you guys and say, this is what your money bought this community.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
The next question I had was, and again, I might have missed something because we went over a lot of paperwork, but how the entire project, you said there was no government money up there in Roseburg, how the entire project will initially be funded, such as staffing and programming, excluding the capital expenses requested with the grant application? And are the funds one-time or ongoing?
Are your funds?
No, the funds that you use for operations and paying your staff and programming.
No, we've had to do things like our properties. We've had to go get loans to make sure we could keep our 3 properties going, our 3 camps. So we've had to get loans on our properties. We have quite a bit of equity in them though, so we're in pretty good shape. But we've had to do that to be able to sustain. Then we put a flyer out to, but somebody had to do it. Somebody had to start it. And so what we said was, me and Richard, we got together one day and we're like, I would need a lot more time to explain, but we saw this homeless situation was not going to get fixed without somebody more like I don't want to offend anybody, but like more of a for-profit kind of business that has to count every penny. And we have to figure out if we can really survive tomorrow or not. You know, we don't have big salaries, we don't have all of that, but how do we make it work? And so that's what we did. We said, okay, we can get this property over here, we can put a fence over it, it's going to cost us this much a month rent. We can put one over this one over here. And once we got it all going, and it just kept adding until we had 3 camps, and we had 3 fenced. And then we had a private donor that called up and said, Bernie, what's your main expense? And I'm like, well, one of our main expenses is paying the rental on this security fence around this thing, which secures both the public and the people that's inside. And he's like, well, if I donate $5,000, will that buy the materials you need, and you pay the labor? And so all my guys in our trade-off kind of system that we have up there, we all just jumped in and we took that $5,000 and we bought that fence and we put up a $15,000, $20,000 fence. And it worked. And then it just, I don't know how we're still doing some of the things we're doing, to be honest with you. I'm just like, look, this is what we got going and it's working. And so there's nothing else out there making it happen, no matter how many nonprofits there were out there, no matter how many grants were being given. And the money wasn't getting down to the people that needed the help. And that's what we chose to do, whether we basically borrowed our properties as much as we owned in them, the equity in them, whatever. We wanted to make a difference.
Okay, the next question I had was, could you describe your plan for 5 years of operation, continuation of operation? And do you expect to be able to operate it 5 years from now?
I do. I believe there's a lot more opportunity in having raised beds where you actually have a sleeping compartment. After talking with UCAN and other funders out there, you know, they're saying there's a way forward with getting funding for that kind of thing. Now, if we're talking about, you know, tents or some kind of apparatus that's all separated and not even close together, they don't have heat and air and all that, they're not going to give you any money, because we've tried it for 3.5 years on our camps up there. The Ford family, Umpqua Health Alliance, they all say your tent camps don't fit our description that they need something more secure, like the pallet houses or tiny homes or whatever. And so we haven't been able to get that up there with tents, but with a container home like we're talking about and container units, we will be able to get it. And I just got confirmed again this morning from UCAN that they don't think that's an issue at all. You know, and what our goal is going to be is, right now, you guys can all call, you could probably, I don't know who they are all down here, but you call any of the nonprofits out there that are paying so much a month for a motel or so much a month for an apartment for somebody to stay in, they're going to be $1,500 to $2,000 that they're paying for people. And I have the same thing as a landlord, people are renting rooms of ours. But with this model that we're creating as a team here, if this is what we do, then what we've created is a place where you can, or some other person may be able to put $500 a month into one of those units instead of $1,500 to $2,000. So now their money goes 3 to 4 times as far that they're able to get grants for, and we all know where grants are going now. There's not as many grants out there to get. And so we have to try to count every dollar. And so in talking to UCAN again before this meeting, he was like, there's no problem with funding once you guys get this going.
Okay, next question I had, request for proposals talked about data to be collected to demonstrate the effectiveness, and there was, I don't know, 11 different statistics. Who's going to collect those, and what's your plan on that?
The statistics on each person that comes in?
Number of homeless individuals entering the site, daily count, number of homeless individuals who declined to enter site, who voluntarily leave the site. It goes on and on and on to number of homeless individuals transferred to transitional or stable housing. There's a bunch of things there, and I didn't see anything in your application that talked about the data collection.
I didn't anticipate sending a new person out and throwing a new person on payroll. That's just more money going into something that is, we want to cut the payroll down even before we start to the minimum amount we can. And so to just send somebody out there to start counting heads, but what we do in Roseburg is like when UCAN the Navigation Center has somebody that they think needs a place to stay, they call us and we say, okay, we have a tent space or we have 2 tent spaces or whatever space it is. We give them the information. When ADAPT says they have somebody coming out of their rehab process, we say, okay, we have a space and here's what we have and where it's at. HIV Alliance, the same way. Boulder Care is the same way. And so there's another one on here too. Oh, Douglas County Sheriff, can't forget those guys. Douglas County Sheriff. I mean, so they call us when they see a need for somebody to go. So those are relationship agreements that we have to make with people here on the ground in Grants Pass to get them to all buy into what we're doing. And then they call us and say, hey, we got these people. And I know you guys have, like I'm a part of the, I don't know if it's good or bad or what, but the Park Watch group. And, you know, they seem to be doing a lot of great things to clean parks. And it's like they may call and say, hey, we have this guy that's camping down here. He keeps coming down or she keeps coming down. And then we can send somebody down and say, hey, come on over and we can get you a bed and we can talk about this.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. In your application, can you add anything more to describe the activities that the lead applicant, and maybe you just did, and each partner will assume to ensure the success of the proposed project? So let's don't waste any time on that question. I think you probably answered that. Describe the anticipated outcomes resulting from the partnership. I didn't see that in your application, and I know you know what they are.
Our anticipated outcome is that we get people out of homelessness, we get them off of drugs, and we get them off alcohol. And we get them back into a good community member or the best community member that they can personally be themselves. We also have an Oxford house up in Winston from a house that we renovated, and so those are drug and alcohol guys, rehab people that go there. And so we look at those things will probably happen in Grants Pass too, finding old big houses to fix into that. Well, I don't know if I lost track on the question or not.
That's okay, you answered it. I just have one more question.
Our goal, just like your goal is, we don't want people in the city blocks. We don't want people in the city parks. We don't want people in the waterways. So how can we get them out of there? And the best way we can get them out of there is to incentivize them to go to a better place than what they have now. If we would offer them another campground somewhere far away from all the services, they'll never go there. They'll just say no. We got to get them incentivized to be where we want them to be and cause them to be happy there.
So, and I may have missed it in your application, I think you said it orally, your history of effective interventions, how many years?
I've been doing this for 13 years.
Okay, thank you.
Indra, and then Kathleen online, and then I had some questions, and then Rob.
Okay, thank you for coming. One of my main concerns is how quickly can this be done? So I know we have 6 months to fully operational. So with the Connex, that would be part of secure. Do you have those secured? Do you have to order them? Is there going to be any delay in getting those?
The Connex building, like I was saying earlier, this is like an environmental project too, of like conserving things that would be in waste. You know, there's so many millions of these things millions of them come into the United States every year because we ship a lot more in imports than we export out to China. And they're too expensive to ship back empty. And so they sit here a lot of times, or you can buy them. I think we have a number of $3,500. And so it's got red roofs on it. Yeah. So there are 4 Connexes already behind Mint that all I have to do is move them into the next lot, start cutting doors and windows out, and start rehabbing them. 4 times 6 people in each one is 24 people. Those could probably be done by, if it funds in mid-November, if we get all of the right planning approvals and all of that by mid-February, we could have at least 4 units going. And then it's like we just keep working on them as they go. And we keep building the project out until we're completely done. We'd have to start in the back so that we could build from the back out towards the street. But we could take those 4 units, separate them, and then put them to the back of the Redwood lot and just start, leveling them up and going.
Okay. And that previous picture a while ago with the little spaces behind Mint, is that actually part of Mint? Not that one, that one. Those little blue places, is that part of, does Mint have something there now, or that's going to be part of the pallet shelters or Connex? Okay.
So this is what was proposed last year. These are the 20 tiny homes that we wanted to build, and we still intend to build, but all those little purple squares are 20 tiny homes that would house individuals, and also could be, once we get there, used as an incentive for the people in Bernie's camp. You know what I mean? They could graduate into a tiny home, which would be a little bit nicer than an Onyx.
So those aren't part of this grant, but it's something Mint is planning to do.
We're working towards. The first step is remodel of the navigation center and building a bathroom hygiene facility.
Okay, thank you.
So what we will have is the gray area, a lot of the driveway that comes from the lot to the north, and then the blue building that was there will be our toilets and showers. And then that takes care of both companies.
Okay. I'm not an expert on construction by any means. You talked about split heat and air. Do the individual spaces control that heat and air, or is that a one controller?
It's like, and I'm not the heating and air or carpet guy. Those kind of things I stay away from. Everything else I'm into. But if the Connex, where it shows 3, yeah, that one. So there would be something on the back side or the front side. Sorry.
I guess what I'm asking, would each unit have its own thermostat to control, or it's centrally controlled?
It's my understanding that's how it works. And so by connecting all of the Connex units, what it is it open, and then the wall between the bunk bed and the TV, that's a 1 hour firewall that we have to put in with metal framing, mineral wool insulation, and then Type-X drywall. So we have to create that divider wall. And then when we bump the containers back to back, we have to put that same system on one of those walls at least, if not both. And then, then the heating, the air conditioning, or the plumbing and electrical conduit will go across the top of the roof when they're connected, and then drop down into these units, but then there would be one split heating, air conditioning unit per every 3 units.
Okay. And then just to clarify, you will help with the build-up and layout and all, and is Mint managing the site? Who's managing the site?
I think it's going to end up being a joint thing where I'm going to construct this, and I'm going to lead the people that's going to construct it to make sure it's constructed the way I've got it in my head that it's going to be, and make sure it's working that way. And then the biggest thing at that point is like the intake. You know, where do we do the intake? And I'm assuming that would be in Mint's building. And then we separate the people out there. If it's a bus ticket from there, they just get to, sleep on a bunk for the night. And we get them out as soon as possible. If it's a handicapped person, they're going to be in there a long time. But it would start wherever that triage intake is, which my understanding, that it would be in the Mint building.
Okay, and so you obviously have details
We do have
that will be worked out.
Because
in
it could
that.
also be in one of the Connex units.
Okay.
Before we fill it up, we could have our intake there.
And then last question, I forget if you had in your budget security. So do you have someone doing security for that site?
Some of the security, not the labor part of it, but the security, when you see $27,000 per Connex unit, that would include the renovations, and then that also includes adding the security cameras. If we're on the outside, if we put this onto the outside of the property, then we don't necessarily have to put security cameras on the outside, because I'm not interested in anybody seeing what somebody's doing that's a neighbor. But we could point them all towards the inside. But the cameras would be on the inside of the facility.
So security is a camera system,
I'm sorry.
would there be a manager on site or someone 24/7 in case of emergency or help?
And that's where our program's a lot different than others about volunteer service, because we see who the best people are coming up through the system. And those are the ones that we elevate to the next level, like maybe they're volunteering for security or whatever it might be. Because the more people y'all have, the more people that any of us have out on payroll on this kind of thing, the more cost prohibitive it gets for any of us to make it work. And the last thing you guys would want is to get maybe not, but to get a lot of Connexes back ready for people to go in. But we will have security, or people that, if the people on site that are elevated to that secure position can't do it, then we'll have certain times that we'll have a security company in and do it. Those are things that we have to grow into, because we don't know. Watching that guy on Facebook chase down that guy the other day, that showed me there needs to be some security to take care of this. Because if very many of them are like that, people have to be secured, inclusive of those other people in the camp.
Okay.
Boy, it sounded like I went a long way around that, and I didn't mean to. It's just I don't know for sure yet.
Okay.
Exactly how we're going to do that. That should have been my answer.
Okay, and the second part of my one last question. So with Mint, I guess this would be to Cassie. I know your stabilization center has certain hours. Do you anticipate changes in your hours or programs or security with your?
No, the Navigation Center will continue to be a place for people who don't have shelter to come in and access services. So, will we extend staff to help support him potentially? Those again, details that we need to work out, but I'm confident that we can. I think Mint's proven that we're just gonna do whatever we need to do to meet the need. And so, if we need to provide 24-hour staff to help support, next door, we will strive to do that, so. And I just want to add a caveat that I do support at least nighttime security. As a person that's dealing with, sometimes, like, for example, Sunday morning, I had 3 people on my porch. That's not necessarily the intent of our navigation center. While I'm glad that it's a safe place, I do think that if we have 150 people living right next door to us, I'm going to want a little bit more security to make sure that it's just not a place to hang out at night.
Yes, I saw you shaking your head, so thank you.
All right, I believe Kathleen has some questions online.
Yes. So these Connex places sound pretty cushy with heating and air conditioning and TVs. I don't think anybody's going to want to leave. But anyway, that's just a side note.
We can leave one for you.
It sounds like you're helping develop the Weimar property with Mint as your sole management MOU. Is that what I'm understanding? That Mint will be your sole management?
It's not that they'll be our sole management, but they're going to be the top one. We need someone to be in control of everything when it comes to that, so that we don't have people trying to wear the same hats. So our goal is that Mint and Cassie would be in control of all the wraparound services and those kind of things.
So would Richard Weber be part of the management on site?
I'm not sure if Richard Weber will be part. He'll be down here while we're constructing everything, so he will be here during that time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then what happens, like, in the ongoing 5-year plan? Do you expect to pass this property off to Mint and sell it to them and walk away from it? Or what are you thinking in regards to down the road?
Just a minute.
Since you're mainly the construction.
Our goal is to keep going with it. I mean, I have houses that we've had for 20 or 30 years. Back to that security question real quick. We have Airbnbs on Pine Street in Roseburg that we can't even rent out on Airbnb because of the unmanaged homeless camps at the end of the street in city parks. And so we do have to have security. So I'm going to bow to the ladies on that one, that we will have some kind of security. So I need to get back to your question again. I'm sorry, Counselor.
Yeah, the long term, I'm just looking at what is your benefit of coming to Grants Pass to start one of these, and long term, since you're mostly the development for the property, do you plan to go away at some point and just turn it over to locals? By selling the property to them, or?
I mean, thinking it through, that's a possibility. Coming down here, the reason I did was I saw this city doing things. And, I'm not trying to blow warm air up anybody's skirt or pant leg. It's like I saw something different happening in Grants Pass and it's happening in Roseburg. And something that I thought I can work with this and make this better while I'm waiting for Roseburg to get a clue. That's, if anybody, and they will be watching this, that's just the facts right now. I believe this. I don't believe it takes 5 years to turn around homeless people. I believe it just takes giving them some credibility, some respect for themselves, and working with them. And then what we'll end up with, counselors, will weed out or triage out a lot of the people, get the people that have jobs. Eventually they'll get into housing. The people that are on drugs and alcohol, hopefully about half of them will get off and they'll maybe get into their own places. And then what we'll be ending up with is 152 beds that people can stay in as alternative living solutions, which I believe every community in the United States, especially Oregon, is going to need and does need alternative living solutions, because people can't afford to pay for an apartment. If you think about an apartment or a house, we'll look at them both at the same time. You rent this house and you have to pay for all of the volumes of air inside of it to either heat it or air condition it to make yourself comfortable. Then you have to clean it. Then you have to pay the payment on it. You have to pay the insurance on it. You have to pay the taxes on it. You have to pay all these upkeep things. And then it's the same thing with apartments. And then if you want to keep all that going, you have to have a job. So then you get the job and you have to have a car, you have to have insurance, you have to have registration, you have to keep the upkeep on it, and now you got to pay $4 still for gas to be able to go to work. So there's going to be a huge part of our population that's never going to get out of homelessness. But if we can create these alternative type housing units for them, we're going to be way ahead of the curve, and Grants Pass will also. So I'm in here until we get this done. If Grants Pass chooses to go with me.
Okay. Then thank you. There were a couple of questions about needing a municipal code amendment.
Yeah, that municipal code, I got that from Mark Trinidad a couple of weeks ago. And he wrote an email to me that said that one thing we need is the variance, because on our big plan, you can see that we're 5 feet from the property lines, but according to the code, I think it's got to be 10. And so we're asking for a variance to go to either 5, or maybe if we want to give a whole variance where we can use these containers for the whole outside secure wall, that on these connexes that we can go to zero net gain or loss on the property lines. And so I think that's one of them. And then there was another one about the state of Oregon has transitional care. I don't know, somebody else might know that better than me. The state of Oregon has a transitional care model that we're supposed to assign to as either Roseburg, they wouldn't do it, Grants Pass, that Grants Pass can assign to. And then that allows us to have different kind of modular homes or whatever it might be, or homes like we're having here. Where actually everybody's getting in a room and saying, what can we do that's going to be, code compliant, fire and emergency safe, those kind of things. And I believe these are some of the more safe products that you'll see out there anywhere. But I'll look that up and I'll find it. It's in my application what we needed on that change.
So, yeah, I'm just wondering how long it's going to take to get that change. Is it going to cause you to go outside of the 6 months that we need the facility to open?
Can you vote on it today? Okay.
I don't think that's part, I think that's working it out with Trinidad and some of the people in planning, as it sounded like in your application.
Yeah, I didn't mean to sound like a smart aleck on that. Yeah, I just don't see it right now. I know I copied that email from Mark before I came down here. But there's something that we do need to do to,
Yes, please, go ahead.
Make the property viable.
Oh, we have a comment here from planning, Kathleen.
Yeah, this is Bradley Clark, counselor. Yeah, Bernie's pretty much in the ballpark on that. I mean, the city's current transitional housing code, which comes out of the 2017 legislature, we adopted it in 2020, would have to be amended. So it's a muni code amendment. So to answer your question, counselor, most muni code amendments, we don't have to go through the standard development code process, so they can typically be done in, about a month by the time you do the hearing notice and things like that.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks, Brad.
And then I guess I was wondering about, there was some kind of problem with fire truck turnaround. Has that been evaluated?
I have that on what we're looking for is a hammerhead turnaround, I think it's called, an alternative to hammerhead, which we have wide enough. You can see the driveway going in is wide enough, so the bottom right is the acceptable. This is according to the state law that I understand anyway. You're on the right one. Yeah, that one. So down at the bottom right, acceptable alternative to 120-foot hammerhead. So the 70-foot part would go in towards the lot, and there's already the ramp across the sidewalk to be able to get in. So we just need the fire and emergency services to approve that kind of a turnaround for our property. If not, we would have to go back to Martin and say, okay, can we take a chunk out of the back end of this property, which might be cost prohibitive to get the project going, I don't know, until we got information from them. Fire.
Can Chief Sanchez speak to that?
Yes, Counselor, this is
he
Chief
there?
Sanchez. So what he's using, he actually took it right out of the book for us, so he does have the minimum standards for clearance based on the plans, but it sounds like they're willing to work with us. So they also have to make the road rated to 75,000 pounds for fire trucks, so the access road. So that will be something we're looking into, but based on what he submitted, there's 2 plans that I was able to see. One of them has the width as 10.5 feet, not this one. The one that we're looking at currently is saying 27 feet. But it sounds like they're willing to work with us, and with the other things that if you guys are willing to work with building, we might be able to come up with something that works. But based off of what has been submitted, there is a lot of need for some fire code adjustments at this time.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. And then I guess just my last question, which is a lot easier for you, Bernie, to talk about is, can you explain the difference between pallet homes and Connex units to me?
Well, the pallet homes are something that mostly they come from, I could be wrong, but I think most of them come from China in a package, and then you put them together, and then they either come 6 foot by 8 foot or 8 foot by 8 foot. 6 foot by 8 foot can be for a single person, 8 foot by 8 feet can go for a double. But those are basically, you put them up, but they don't have a lot of, if there's a lot of wind, like the ones in Navigation Center in Roseburg put up 3 years ago, they already had the roofs blown off of them. And so earlier this year, they had to replace the roofs. With the Connex buildings, these are converted, I mean, these are, I think it's sustainable to 100 and some miles per hour for the wind for a Connex. So it's not like these guys are gonna have to worry about their tent or pallet house roof blow away. These are solid. And so there are 40-foot Connexes that are shipped here, full of goods from wherever we're importing them from. And then we just go in and we make the renovations to them. And our plan is on the Connex, they're Connex containers that are shipped across the country and across the ocean. But then our plan is to take those, instead of being recycled or just used somewhere, is get 100, however many was, 23 I think, get 23 of them, and then we start building up the walls in them that's required. And now we take a 40-foot Connex and we make it into 3 separate living, sleeping, and dining units, so that we have basically every one of them can house, every 40-foot Connex can house 6 people.
So is pallet homes not really a topic anymore?
No, a lot of people like pallet homes. I'm not. I'm a durability guy. Like, if we can build this for the same amount of money or less with something that's going to be more durable for 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, let's do it. And in this case, my original application was looking at military style tents, but I think the fire guy got me on that one. So this new application is so much better by being with Mint and being the Connexes that are going to create alternative housing for years to come for Grants Pass. And I just don't have that much confidence in the pallet houses.
Okay, thank you so much. That answers my question.
Thank you.
Oh, hi, I have a
Hi.
few questions as well, and some of them you've answered, but I'm going to ask them maybe in just a little bit different way. How many Connex boxes, again, were you planning on?
I think there's 23 40-foot
Okay.
ones. And
23
one
40-foot.
and 120. If you look at the right side, there's 3 lines there. There's a single line of Connexes and a double, and then another double. That center double down at the end towards the right has a 20-foot Connex on it. That way we can get emergency services on foot down both sides of the Connex up high. The Connex rows up high, and same thing down below. So there's only one 20-foot Connex and 23 40-footers.
Oh, okay.
And then we do have 5 pallet houses on here,
Right,
but they're
uh-huh.
up close, okay.
Yeah, so Connex boxes take a great deal of renovation to turn into a livable situation. So they require very high-end HVAC system because of the condensation and retrofitting of the inside. The insulation and the electrical systems would have to be pretty heavy-duty too because of the condensation. So about how much, if you remember, I could look back through it here, did you plan to retrofit each of these Connex boxes?
Each box, each 40-foot box is $27,000.
Okay, 27K. Okay, just in my preliminary research, it said Connex boxes are so much more expensive to retrofit than what people believe for a living condition because of all those special circumstances. So that was kind of a concern that I had. They are just cutting one door or one window. I mean, the cutting itself is an amazing feat out of a Connex box. They're pretty heavy duty steel, and yeah, they don't all come. Some are okay, you know, in good shape. You know, others aren't.
Our goal is to get ones that have been used one time.
Okay.
That's the intent anyway, is to get Connexes that have been shipped only one time. They have a lot better paint coatings on them. The floor especially, that we want a good floor. We're going to leave the floor as an exposed wood floor. And so we want that floor on there. But then again, the wall to the end, there will be two inside walls that get metal framing, mineral wool insulation and drywall. And then one back wall, when we have two Connexes together, one of the back wall of one of those units will get the same thing to create either a 1 hour or a 2 hour, depending on what the building department wants us to have on them. The condensation, you know, I've been in a lot of, I guess I've seen that before. But I would assume that, you know, if we regulate the heat and the air in the right way, we're going to eliminate a lot of that. But they do have a good roof on them. There's no water penetration kind of thing. You know, I even have a second phase that I don't have in front of you guys yet, where we can actually build on top of them to even create more space. But that'll come later, and I tried to erase that off from my notes today to create more housing for later. But I think there hasn't been a lot of construction things I haven't been involved with, inclusive of sandblasting and painting tanks underground, tunnels in Florida, aeration basins, and you know, it's all about whatever paint coating you use. There's fireproof paint coatings that you can get to spray the whole thing down with. There's insulation, thinner insulation that we can do. You know, looking through all those right now, that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the base that I need to get you guys and me 152 beds. And that's creating the firewalls that we need and getting them together and then getting them painted and all of the different things inside that make them usable, inclusive of a little refrigerator. It's like most of these guys out on the street, they don't even have a refrigerator to keep their medicines cold or food that they have. And you know, it's wonder they're not eating rotten meat, and they probably are. And so, you know, our goal is, and all of our goal, I think, here is get people to a safer place. And now when they have even the refrigerator in there. But I think we can deal with all of the construction parts, and I don't have a problem in the next few weeks jumping on the 4 that we have already with some kind of letter of intent from the council in the city of Grants Pass of, you know, creating them the way I'm going to have them in the end, and you can come and look at them.
So you are doing the retrofitting yourself?
Yeah, the renovations. It's my design and the way I want to get it done. And, you know, whoever helps me will do things the way I say to get it done.
Okay. Thank you. As I said, I just in researching it, people have tried to retrofit these for living conditions before, and the thing that I have consistently read is it takes a whole lot more money than what you think it's going to because of the special condensation was one, but there were other issues as well. Have you looked into that?
Yeah, I've looked into a lot of pros and cons on this compared to pros and cons. Now, again, I had that all too, like pros and cons of this towards pallet houses or this towards the geodomestic guy that was here last time, you know, about how many years each one of them could survive. And, you know, every time I came up, the Connex buildings, once they're created in the right way, are like 40-year properties or projects where almost everything else is maybe 5. And I don't mean to misspeak about anybody in here that might be saying something about anything else. That's just what I saw. A lot of the conversions, though, if you start talking about, if I get 10 Connex buildings and I go start putting them up, stacking them up, and trying to do stuff with, there's going to be all kinds of issues. We're talking about something more simple here. You know, taking one Connex, putting 2 walls down through it, and then figuring out our problems. If there's a problem, Councilor Marshall, that you see, you know, I'll be glad to look at it and we fix it. We say, okay, that could be a problem, and you know, let's take care of that, because there's nothing. I don't want to see condensation inside someplace. I've got drywall and all that stuff.
Oh, okay, thank you. So that was one of my questions, was about the actual structures. And another question I have is, are you moving to Grants Pass?
I'm not.
Oh, okay, so you would just be here to build the complex and then?
No, I still plan on doing other things in Grants Pass. There's a couple other projects that I really like. The one I was with the city, and others are a couple pieces of property along the river of old houses that need to get fixed. And, you know, that's kind of what happens. I mean, when I got to Roseburg, I went there for one house, and now we have 20 some. And, you know, most of them are either rented out or Airbnb. But my goal is, you know, let's figure out what we're going to do here, all of us, and then, you know, get it down on paper. I'm going to see it through till the end, till we have people starting to come in and we fill this thing up. And then it's like, now, is that something then that Mint, like we talked about, Mint takes over at that point, and then we'll still have point people on our project. It may not be me.
Okay, and another thing that I wanted to ask you about was the 24/7 management of the site. Can you describe that for me?
Here's the 24/7. There's got to be a give and take in it. And the way we manage our camps in Roseburg is a lot of volunteers. A lot of people that are volunteering their time that are inside of the camp. And we literally, we had, I think Vicky was up there, and she was asking questions of our 3 camps. And I was like just standing by her, you know, asking questions also, because I wanted to see what the camps, and I'm like, answer the question no matter, if I wasn't here, I want you to answer that question, you know, the way you would if I wasn't here. And so then I asked, would you rather have somebody manage this camp that comes in here, you know, that drives in and then they manage 8 hours, they leave, somebody else comes and manages? Or would you rather be managed from the inside out with people that are actually living there? And every one of those people was unanimous. They wanted to see it managed from the inside out. And these were all people that were at that top level of, they had done everything they were supposed to do. They, you know, they were always prompt about everything. And so their comment was, homeless people won't trust people from the outside that drive a brand new $50,000 or whatever car up and then start telling them what to do. They don't trust people like that. They trust people that are coming up from the inside with them. And so that's kind of what we have to do in this program, or it's going to become cost prohibitive. I don't care what other applicant says he's going to be able to pay for all of it. They won't. They wouldn't be able to pay for labor for all of the hours that people would be watching. So you have to build it up from the volunteer staff that's inside of the camp or the village that we'll have here. I hope that was fair.
Yeah, thank you. And then the next question that I have, it might be the last question, is as the lead applicant, could you tell me what your 5-year plan is, like year one, or you could say year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
My goals are what your goals are. What you need to do, I'm going to get done. I mean, how I work. And when I'm asked, okay, how soon can you be up and going? And I say February 15th, we can have people in there, I think was the date. If that's the date you tell me that you want to get it done, that's the date we're going to have people in there. Will we have them all filled by then? No, but by the end of that 6 months that we're required to, I think by the circuit court, if that's what the circuit court rule was, then we'll have 152 people in those beds by that 6 month timeline. Now going from there, it starts going with each individual person. That just fills the beds. So now we filled the beds, and now we got to start figuring out how do we unfill the beds. So you fill the beds, now you try to unfill the beds, getting people into regular jobs and regular homes that we see, and they move to that next level. So I would believe that within that first 6 months, we're going to put people in beds. At least those beds are going to be ready where you guys can go to the court and say, we've got these beds ready. We've complied with our order. And then at the same time now we start working on, with MET, working on how we get people out of them. And, you know, there's probably a formula that we'll figure out. Like, do we want to get 10% of the people out by the end of the year? You know, and next year, the first month or the first year, do we want to get 20% out? And then when do we start converting it to the longer term housing, transitional housing? So I think longer term transitional housing could literally happen in 5 years. I think there's a lot less holding these people in these parks than we think. And that once we get them into a secure bed and we start discussing things with them, human to human, you know, we're going to find out what their needs are and we're going to be able to get them moved out quicker. And so ultimately, I'm always optimist on these things, but I say within 5 years, we're going to settle down Grants Pass, where you're not seeing the homeless people. As long as the police are doing their job going out in the parks and removing the people that are trespassing or illegally camping and telling, you know, moving them to our place or sending them our way, however that's done, you know, I think we can make a significant dent in all of the homeless of Grants Pass within 5 years.
Okay, and then the last question would be is, as the lead applicant, would you, what would you see as your role to ensure that this plan happened?
My role is working with the people. My role is I want communication with you guys, and I want communication with administration. I've been so caught up in so many years of fighting between the two groups, not your groups, but other groups, that it's made it where nothing got done. It's just an impasse, and you can't get anything done. And I'm sitting there with all kinds of properties I can't even get rented out, and I'm sitting there with camps that I want to get expanded to do a better job, but at the same time I'm sitting there with 200 homeless people down at the end of Deer Creek Park messing everything up, running by our houses with mattresses. You know, so communication. I want to be able to communicate with the city council, and I don't want people to get mad at me when I'm communicating with city council. And I want to be communicating with everybody in administration and the city manager, and I want to be able to communicate with the people on the ground that I need to get this job done. Mint's one of them, and then our construction company's another one. And, you know, just moving this thing forward. And whatever else that's in my life is set that aside until we get this thing done. Because you guys have an opportunity here. Again, whether it's me you choose or somebody else, you know, the opportunity's here. You guys have taken the first step.
Thank you so much.
President Marshall, I have another question.
Okay, so I think we have Seth and then Indra, and then we'll come back around to you, Kathleen.
Yeah, I just have a quick question.
Thank you.
On your application regarding litigation, it says is none / has not been any, but I did find some online. Is there a reason that it's not listed?
Well, I guess I don't know the page that is, but yeah, Elcon and Trading Group has litigation going against the city of Roseburg. The city of Roseburg, we gave an easement. I don't know if you want to know the details, but I can. City of Roseburg gave an easement for 1962 to our properties, December of 1962. And they violated that easement for the Washington Bridge. And we're asking for the Washington Bridge to be returned to us. I know that sounds crazy. Or we want to have our rights that was reserved in that 1961 easement, which meant that we could build anything that we wanted as long as it didn't, and we could do anything we wanted on our Elk Island Trading Group property, Elk Island, the bridge properties. It's about 2.2 million, it's 2.2 miles of riverfront. It's huge. And the city manager and the city mayor and the city attorney are not favorable to me. Every city councilor that sits on there, except the one on the homeless commission, would probably give you a favorable ruling on what I do. I'm not asked anybody for anything I wouldn't do myself. And the only thing we've asked for is they tried to give me a ticket, cited me personally for some buildings on Elk Island and for camping on Elk Island. And their municipal court found me guilty. And I appealed it and took it to the circuit court, and the circuit court threw it out, dismissed it, because they were just railroading me. So that's the kind of battle I'm in Roseburg. And you talk to the right people, and they're going to say, I'm doing all these bad things. You talk to other, not the right people, those are wrong people. Then you talk to the other group, it's like, look at the things he's getting done. They got jealous because the news review came out and said, nonprofits didn't do it. Homeless Commission didn't do it. The city mayor didn't do it. The city manager didn't do it. The city council didn't do it, but Bernie Woodard did it. And that was the very first camp that we established in Washington and Washington Bridge. And then it came out again when the Pine Street camp was approved, that we got the second camp approved before the city did anything, and then a third camp. That created a lot of animosity. And for everybody, they didn't want to be shown up, and I guess I didn't want to be shown up either. And so we're just fought it out. The court decided to dismiss that. And we've got another one in there that we want the city of Roseburg to abide by what their easement agreement was. And I don't think any one of you guys would not do the same thing. And so fighting down to the last straw to make that work. But that don't necessarily have anything to do with what we got going here on this project. I feel good about talking to the people here. I feel good about the eye contact of people here. I mean, that's huge in communication. If you guys ever just watch the videos of the commission meetings up there, and you'll just see the animosity between everybody. And, but our suit is Elk Island Trading Group against the city of Roseburg. And it's for breach of easement, 1961, between Critisser and the city of Roseburg. And I appreciate that question.
Thank you.
I just wanted to circle back to how data will be collected. You were a little loose with your answer because we had a list of number of homeless, daily count, blah, 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 blah. And that's to demonstrate the effectiveness. So I just wanted to know the city, if we ask for that, that you will get that information for us.
Agreed. And if I would have had more minutes on this thing, the rest of my presentation had a whole bunch of that. But yeah, our goal is you guys are our partners. You're not our adversaries. You're not our competitors. You're our partners that we're working to do this together. And so anytime any one of you guys want to come down there, staff or the mayor or anybody, wants to come down and go through our projects, they can. And that's the same thing I'd even say with our tent camps in Roseburg. Come and look and see what we're doing to the city council down there, and several of them have. And so what we do down here is, if it wasn't for you and you guys seeing ahead of time to make this happen, we wouldn't be doing what we want to do. And so, yeah, we're always open, and we'll make sure the paperwork gets to you.
All right, Kathleen. Oh, did you still have a question, Kathleen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do. It just takes
sorry.
a minute to unmute. So Bernie, what would you say that your main goal is? Housing first or treatment first?
You know, this sounds like I think I heard it earlier, wasn't it? Like when you said, are you the one to ask about housing first or treatment? To the last applicant.
I'm just asking what your perspective is.
Yeah, housing first. And I want to limit that because I don't believe in housing first. But I believe people need to get into a bed, and they need to get into a safe bed, and they need to get into a bed that's elevated so that it helps them to keep from getting sick. So I would say the housing bed first, if that works. And then believe me, addiction, and I understand, and my wife comes home talking about it 4 nights a week or somewhere around that, and the problems that she's had and with people at work and things like that. So I realize those guys need help, so we've got to get them at the same time. If we get them into a bed, now they have a stable place to work on their addiction. And that's kind of what I see on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do we have other questions? Vic? Oh, no? Oh, okay. All right, thank you so much.
Serious? Okay.
And once again, I think, why don't we take a 10-minute break and we will reconvene at 4 p.m.
Thank you, council and staff.
Man.
Oh, my goodness.
We've been
We're
going at
doing
this
it, you
for
guys. We're doing
4
it.
hours.
We'll just, I think Joel's able to hear, so I think he hasn't left the building, so he's able to hear. So we will begin with our third and final applicant today, Pathways to Stability.
All right, well, thank you all for allowing us to do this. I see there's a clock here for 10 minutes, and as someone who preaches every Sunday, I need at least an hour, and there will be an altar call afterwards. So just know, but no, honestly, we're grateful for this opportunity. We are a collaboration, this community initiative, and it's dedicated to helping individuals and families transition from homeless and instability to long-term self-sufficiency. We've been at this for about over 6 months now, and we exist to provide a comprehensive, coordinated support that addresses the full spectrum of needs people face when rebuilding their lives, such as housing, employment, addiction recovery, case management, and of course, faith-based mentorship. We bring together local ministries, government agencies, nonprofits, and community partners so that we can create a network of care rather than isolated efforts. We bring in everybody together. And we've done that through through the cooperation of many nonprofits, NGOs, and community partners. We have a lot of accountability-based mentorship and access to wraparound services that is needed. Our goal is not just for temporary relief, but for lasting transformation for the individuals we serve. And we'll do that through, of course, emotional, financial, relational, and spiritual support of the individuals. And ultimately, Pathways exist to bridge the gap between crisis and community. We will walk with the people step by step towards restored dignity, purpose, and independence, because ultimately that should be all of our goals. And we'll do this through a partnership of many nonprofits that we've been meeting with in our steering committee. We have about 11 of them. Our MOU partners, which you have in our application, I believe there's 9 signed MOUs there. But we've been working with or meeting with in either our steering committee or on our MOUs with such organizations as UCAN and ADAPT and Mid-Rogue, Mint, All Care, PATH, U-Turn for Christ, and Calvary Chapel. Others that we're working with also that are not here, those are the ones that are here. We work with Options and On Track, the Maslow Project, Dove Ministries, and Hearts with a Mission. They are all a part of what we do. So the next slide. So what our project vision is not an encampment as we see when we drive through town, but it's going to be a managed 24-hour stabilization center. And so what that means is there will be strict standards that will operate. There will be 0 tolerances for drugs, weapons, disruptive behaviors. All the residents will sign accountability and participation agreements prior to entry. And so what that is what we refer to our program as is low barrier to entry. So in other words, you can come in as you are, but you're not going to stay there. We are going to help you remove the barriers necessary for you to live a life of self-sufficiency where you're not relying on government or other forms of support. So there will be plenty of oversight and reporting. Working with Built for Zero, they have all the algorithms as far as reporting to you guys. You will have measurable results based on that. It's been done all throughout the country, in places like Bakersfield, California, Kern County, other places where they've reached functional zero. And if they can do it in those places, we know we can do it here. So next slide. So as it says here, the path forward, we have identified a suitable property that meets the stringent requirements of the city. We have, along with our many partners, developed a collaborative plan to provide the resources and services needed. we stand ready to launch our program. We have all the MOUs in place. We have an operations manual. We have a fully developed program to be able to do it. And here in a few moments when we get to, we have the 3D renderings of what our site would look like. So if we can go to the next slide. And why it matters, we all know this, that Grants Pass faces an urgent need for managed, humane, and effective solution to homelessness. You know, the project provides safety, structure, and opportunity. And our goal is transforming lives and improving community health. You know, transformed lives will result in fewer tents in our parks, our streets, fewer emergency calls, fewer people cycling through the jail and ER, and more residents transitioning into jobs and permanent housing. It looks cleaner, it's safer for Grants Pass, and compassion and compassion and accountability exists. And we've already been doing this long before this grant, long before this initiative. We personally have people who have went from that lifestyle of low barrier, who are now business owners, who are paying taxes, who are being productive citizens in this, in our community. You know, what we have works, and we know it can work on a larger scale. So there we go. So the path moving forward, we have a bunch of collaboration with our, with all the MOU partners that you have. We have a growing coalition of community organizations and caring citizens who want to be a part of the solution, a part of the mission that we're doing. You know, we want to see measurable transformation in the lives of our unhoused neighbors. And we know that together we can create a pathway to stability by offering not just shelter, but opportunity, purpose, and hope. You know, our goal is clear, and, you know, we have compassion to provide a place where individuals can find that stability, grow in self-sufficiency, and ultimately thrive as restored members of our community. And we'll, like I said, we will have some 3D renderings here in a second that will answer a lot of the questions about sanitation, the accommodation itself, the orientation and kitchen areas. Next slide. All right, we do plan on having 24-hour security. You know, our community building that is on site, you know, will be a safe, supportive, and accessible environment where lives can truly be saved. There will be security. It will be controlled who comes in and out of our facility, you know, but we'll be able to address the needs of those there with compassion and trauma-informed staff. The residents will feel protected and cared for as we work with them on a daily basis. So, and we have a good neighbor policy and community safeguards that we are putting in place. And so, in other words, what that is we have a commitment to be good neighbors, to shine through in every detail of our safety plan with our 24-hour supervision, secured fencing, continuous video monitoring. We're ensuring a safe and welcoming environment by all our partners. By partnering with law enforcement, setting clear behavioral standards, and staying in close communication with neighborhood representatives. We're not just building a program, but a community rooted in trust, respect, and care. So next one. And some of the facts about this property, this location in particular on N Street was chosen with as much care as we could. We looked at many different properties throughout the months, and there's just not many properties that actually meet the specifications in the RFP. You know, and so this one has many benefits as far as we're concerned. It's situated more than a half a mile from the nearest school and neighboring existing safety service areas. The site is designed to operate responsibly and securely. It's modeled after proven successful programs like Rogue Retreat in Medford, their crossings that we went to and took a look at. They were right across the street from a daycare or the preschool. And if it could work there, we know we can make it work here. And so then the next, we have some renderings of the property. So here's how it would actually look. You have the 50 duplex units there on your right. We have some tent pads there. We have the porta potties, family rooms. We have the administrative buildings, which is where most of the case management and assessment would be happening. You can you can just continue on. These are just several of the 3D drawings. You can just get through those. So it would definitely be an update to that. And then one of the options for housing are these small housings, which we could literally build. We have a construction license. We have been donated a...
Oh, okay, thank you,
Okay.
thank you. All right, so let's bring it back to the dais for questions for our applicant. Rick?
Thank you for the presentation. As you're probably aware, we, the council, have been receiving a lot of emails concerning your site and so forth. When I took a tour of Rogue Retreat in Medford, they said the first year they had so many visits by the police for different situations, but after going the second year, it really dropped off because I think they found they were able to achieve the management that they wanted. So what I was wondering, would there be an opportunity for you to provide security in the neighborhood that would, for the first year?
You know, as we mentioned earlier, the good neighborhood policy, what we would want to do is have a neighborhood basically group, advisory group, to be able to provide, you know, some of those suggestions if it was wanted. So one of the goals would be to have as much communication with the surrounding neighbors and neighborhood as possible. And if that was something that was doable and that we could do, absolutely.
Thank you.
Eric?
So what I've been asking a lot of the other applicants, specifically the drug usage in these temporary resting sites, what are you going to do that's different as opposed to what's happening here in the temporary resting sites to help these drug-addicted individuals to turn their lives around and get a better life?
Well, first of all, we have the experience doing that because that's what got us into this whole process to begin with, is transforming lives. And so part of it is we have a vision of a continuum of support. So in other words, as I said earlier, you can come in however you are, but you're not going to stay there. We're going to move you through this process. And that process will begin with assessment. So in the one picture that the first rendering there, you'll be able to see right there. You know, we have a place where they'll be able to go, they'll be able to get assessments of what's needed. So let's say someone comes in, because I know this question will come up, we are not a housing first model. What we are is we're safety first in the sense that the first 72 hours will provide someone with shelter with the safety, but we're going to be, our community partners, case management will be assessing them. So what we'll do from that point is if it's determined that someone has a mental illness, well then we'll get them in contact with our partners that addresses mental illness. And it might be they go someplace, or it might be addiction recovery. So we'll take them and we'll get them to the places that they need to be with the experts that can work on these things. Because we all know if someone, if those underlying root issues aren't addressed of addiction or mental illness, they'll never be able to stay in a shelter or provided it turns into this. But what we would like to do is there is a lot of housing within Grants Pass, such as the Gospel Rescue Mission, U-Turn for Christ, that are higher barrier. So part of the goal would be for some of them is to bridge that gap and to develop and take care of the root issues that are within, you know, that they're dealing with, to get them to be able to go to a higher barrier living to begin that process, that continuum. So it might be send someone to addiction recovery. Well, when they get back, the plan would be to have a safe place to provide for them where, you know, they could go, that they could, you know, not go back to the environment that they were once in. because let's face it, almost 100% of the time, if someone who's dealing with an addiction issue goes back to their old environment, they're going to fall right back into the same thing. So that's part of this continuum of support that we have within Pathways to Stability.
Next question I have is, clearly some of the community is talking about the location. And you had mentioned about the neighborhood, I forget the exact terminology you used, but a community outreach of some sort. Can you elaborate more exactly on what that's going to consist of and what you can speak to the community about to alleviate some of those reluctancies?
Of course, and I think we're all aware that everybody realizes that this type of program is needed, but nobody wants it in their backyard, if we're being honest. And I understand that. And so what we've done up to this point and will continue to do is engage the community. We have, as an organization, have held town hall meetings. We've had question and answer sessions. So what we would do and what worked in Medford at Rogue Retreat is they literally went door to door. They took information about it. They allowed tours on the property. They've been, part of the process is when there's missing information, fear fills in the gap. And we want to make sure that we are able to educate them on exactly what this is, what it will be and what it won't be. I think the first thing is they envision that it's going to be an encampment in their backyard, and that's far from what it's going to be. You can see from the various renderings there, it's going to be an improvement to the neighborhood. It's not going to take away from any of it. So.
I saw Rob and then, did you? No, go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up to that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, okay, so the community, you had some steps out there that I wanted to see if you can elaborate on, and I can't remember, I can't find it now, but it's basically the community outreach. You had a couple of steps there. Can you speak more specifically to those details?
Sure, of our community outreach as far as our educational piece.
For the neighborhood.
In the neighborhood. So, like I said, it would consist of education. In other words, we would send out flyers or hand out flyers to all the neighborhoods that are around there. We would have town halls. We would have question and answers. We would also have a neighborhood advisory group as a part of it. Because they should have a say-so in part of it. It's the neighborhood that that they live in. And so it would be a lot of community engagement. It would be a lot of education as far as that goes. And it would be a lot of enforcement also. So is there? Yeah, as Jeremy was saying also, we want to establish a 24-hour hotline for that, for any neighborhood concerns. So there's a lot of different areas that we would, try to attack that issue because we realize, there are fears there. We realize that there are concerns. So, and we would do our best to address them, like I said, through education, all these different outreach.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Rob and then Seth, I think that's the way it was. If I flipped it, I'm sorry.
Is it my turn? Yeah. Okay. So someone asked you if you were a housing first, and what exactly did you say? What was the answer?
I said we were safety first. So in other words, an assessment first. So in other words, our model is such that before we just provide someone housing carte blanche, what we want to do is get them assessed. We want to make sure their mental health needs, their medical needs, their you know, their addiction, you know, if they have addiction issues addressed with, we want to deal with those root issues. And some of that might not be on site, you know. I mean, if someone needs addiction recovery, it might be in some program, or it might be at a detox center first. So we, as the people come in, we'll triage them, figure out what they need to remove the barriers so that they can become self-sufficient. Yeah, go ahead.
I think what we're terming it as a housing plus is we, like one of the gentlemen was saying before, is until you get someone stabilized, you really can't start dealing with the issues with them. And so that's why we bring them in, we give them the we do the 7-2-hour intake, and then we get them housed, and then we can start addressing those other issues that they might need to take place.
Oh, okay, so for the first 72 hours, I guess you'd be housing first, because, right? And then, because that is what the mandate was from the judge.
Right.
It wasn't like you need to have people, you need to have 150 people get evaluated, you need to have 150 people do drug treatment, you need to have a space, you know, a house of sorts for 150 people. That's what the state or the judge has told us. So I guess, I would imagine you're going to abide, otherwise you really have no use to the city,
right,
if you're not going to abide by that, right? So,
right, and that's why we are low barrier to entry. So you can come as you are, so we would provide the space for that, and our drawing there shows that you know, the occupancy could be up to 160 people. So we would provide the space for that, yes.
Right, so I guess to me, whether housing first or not is really a matter of semantics, because
It's semantics. Okay.
it's people could call it what they want, and that aligns them with some group or other, but the bottom line is everybody in this particular case has to be housing first. The gospel mission, I guess, isn't necessarily, because they have standards,
right,
you know, but we are all, everybody here is housing first. Yeah. So, but the question, another question I have is, you know, you have a depiction of a site plan there. What makes you think that you can get that property? Like, why did you choose that property to do artwork on?
Mainly because it's one of the few properties that checks all the boxes in the RFP. And when we spoke with the county, they were you know, willing to negotiate with us and go through the process. And so for us, the next part of the process is a town hall that the county wants to have, so that we can answer questions. We can basically present something similar to what we're doing now, you know, in some location, probably the fairgrounds.
So are you aware of the press release that the county commissioners sent out last Thursday?
I am.
Because in your application, it says you're in negotiations with the county, right? Negotiation, that's what you said in your application. Right. And the commissioner's press release, a joint press release, I guess it's the board, not one commissioner,
right,
said that, however, that this time that no negotiations have been held regarding the proposed county-owned property and no decisions have been made. So they don't, the board doesn't even feel that negotiations have begun.
Right.
And that's why I'm wondering why you chose this property to do an artist rendition on.
Well, like I said, it was mainly because it was one of the ones that was definitely checked off all the boxes, and we still feel confident that we can eventually enter into negotiations with them. They seem to be okay with that, but they wanted public comment, which is the next step of it. So in the application, it was probably poor wording to say in negotiations, but that we were in talks with. And we had several meetings with them. Actually, we've had 2 so far with them. And what they decided the next step would be like a public forum.
So if you can't secure this property, and I've followed, you know, the talks that you guys have had with the county a little bit, or actually pretty extensive, I guess as extensively as any member of the general public can, just from, you know, normal media channels. You know, if you, and I saw nothing in those meetings that indicated that they were moving in your direction necessarily. But if you can't secure this property, how does that affect everything to do with your budget? You know, because you may have to spend money on a property, or it could be completely configured differently, or it could need pavement, or it could need ADA stuff. How does, if you can't get this property, how does that affect your budgeting, your implementation, and everything else.
Well, the implementation would stay the same in the sense our program is developed the way it is. As far as the budget goes, of course, some of those numbers might change depending upon the property. Those were all based on this particular property.
And they were, from what I understand, your budget, though, had no property expense in it. It wasn't like you had to devote $200,000 or $800,000 or $1 million of the 1.2 towards the property. You were devoting the money to other things.
Right, and for this particular piece of property that we put in the RFP, it was because that property was going to be leased and not bought from the county.
So if you had to buy a property somewhere else, obviously it turns your budget upside down.
It would change things.
Thank you.
Seth?
Yeah, I just had a couple. Can you talk a little bit about the sleeping structures, where you're potentially getting those from, what they might be like?
So we have pictures of one of them, which is designed from a company in Eugene. And so those two pictures are what they are. And the nice thing about them is they're fairly cheap, they're insulated, and they're easy to build. We have a contractor's license, and we also have donated to us a CNC machine that would be able to make all of the cuts necessary to put them up. Those might be a 3 to 5 year solution to that, but we're also looking at other options like they were talking about, similar to pallet homes that are more permanent solutions. But we do have, like I said, we do have a contractor's license. These could be put up relatively quick. That's why we're kind of leaning those ways. And then over a period of time, maybe transition into something a little different.
Cool, okay. And then, this has come up with pretty much every applicant is, long-term funding, right? I know in the application, there's donors potentially listed. Is any of that secured, or has there been talks with people? I'm just curious, where you're at with that.
There have been talks with people, but like most things, it's kind of waiting for the first domino to fall, which kind of begins with this whole grant proposal, and then we'll take it from there. But there's also, for operational facilities, there is funding and grants from private organizations. There's other avenues that we've looked into pretty extensively behind the scenes over the last 7 months as far as funding goes. We don't feel like funding is going to be an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Vic?
Thank you. So on your site plan, you show an emergency exit and also a relocation going towards the east.
Right.
And again, that's any site plan is contingent upon planning approval and street department and so forth. Has there been a discussion on that entry on the east?
There has been, and Jeremy can speak more on that.
And does it comply with the site distance? Because I know it's on a curve.
Yeah, I've been to city planning twice. I've met with Bradley and Mark. So far, everything kind of checks the boxes. I guess Mark spoke with traffic, where they would be able to move that exit over to Gladiola. It would be, they would have to move a light. And they would have to put some other things in, but it is a possibility to be able to move that exit.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew?
Yes, thanks for being here. My concerns are also with location. So if you're not in active negotiations, and all I've seen are the workshops, the 2 meetings, that's all I know. Have there been other meetings with any commissioners besides that would lead you to believe that they are for this?
No, they expressed an interest in moving forward in this in the sense that exploring it, and they've moved to the next step, which would be public comment. So the first time we talked to them, it was for information. Then they put us on the agenda. Then they've opened it up, or they want to open it up to public comment. So we're moving along in the process towards it.
Okay. Well, I'm aware that Ron Smith at the meeting said he wasn't a proponent of that. Do you have reason to believe the other 2 that it will go forward?
My feeling is yes, but I wouldn't speak for them. I mean, ultimately, it's their decision. But the feeling that I got that they were interested in exploring the option. And like I said, they move it on to public comment.
So what if you don't get it? Is there a plan B?
The plan B would be to try to identify another property, but we feel comfortable enough to, like I said, put it in here. We've done a lot of work as far as this property works. I think it would work both for the county, for the city, and for the citizens of this community. I think that property definitely would work.
So I've been asking because I'm anxious to get rid of this camp and
So another reason that we kind of believe that this property will go through is I think a lot of the community has a misconception when they hear there's going to be another place that they think it's going to be this. And that's what the county commissioners brought up, that we have a town hall meeting. I think that once we do that and we bring everybody in, we bring the community in, actually see the rendering, see what it'll look like, and they actually get a full lay down of it's going to be secured, it's going to be that, and we go out in the community and like we bring members of the neighborhood into the steering committee and have a neighborhood community. I think that a lot of the people that I've actually shown the renderings to that were against have come to me and called me, and I've emailed them and forwarded them some of the renderings. They're like, oh, we didn't know that. And so I think once the community is properly informed and can actually see what it'll look like, and one of the things down there with Road Crossings and Road Retreat is it's actually one of the nicest looking facilities in the neighborhood. One of the things that Sam said, it's actually safer now because of the exclusion zone, because of the security. And I think once the neighbors can hear that, having this is not going to be a safety concern, it's going to increase the safety in their neighborhood. I think that we'll get a lot of the ones that are not my backyard and say, oh, okay, we didn't know it was going to be like it. Because I think that everybody in the community really has a vision of these encampments, not of something that's structured, looks nice and is manageable. So I think we can. I think we'll be good with it.
so along that line, because it's going to take time for the county government works so slow. How long do you anticipate? So saying they even will do that, how long do you anticipate before you would actually be able to get on the property?
So I know when we kind of asked the same questions, they understand the time constraints that we're under, and they were willing to work with us. So, that kind of depends on their procedures. Like I said, the next thing in the real near future, within the next week or two, will be that town hall. But we know once we do secure it, we could have it up and running fairly quickly. We have all the infrastructure, we have all the partners, we have the designs for the buildings. We've been working at this for about 8 months now, so we have everything in place. It's just literally securing the property.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, so you showed
Kind of elaborate a little more. That was kind of one of the things we're waiting on too, is because of the no contact order, or with the RP, how we could contact council and stuff like that. Now that we are in this process, is that that would be the next step, is inviting city council, the mayor, the board of county commissioners, also to be able to come to the town hall meeting. Community Solutions and Built for Zero. The only reason they're holding off, the CEO actually wants to contact the mayor, city council. Built for Zero Community Solutions is real invested. We've been meeting with them almost monthly now, as far as them coming out here, and they want to put a team out here. And that's what my email was for, is because they'd actually set aside 8 spots for members of the community of Grants Pass from the city and everything to be able to go out to the learning session. So we believe like I said, once we can get into that community forum where all of us are, we're not in this RFP process, and where all of us can be there and address the issue, I think I think this is a really good possibility. I think entry will happen.
Hi, just to talk a little bit more about the site and the availability and the readiness of it. It's really exciting because the location, there's never going to be a perfect location, but for what we want a one place for all of our community partners to come and provide case management, wraparound services, the support that they need. We want the people to be able to remain on site, to be stable and have that hot shower before they meet with the VA or whoever they have to meet with or go to a job interview. It has 8-foot fences all the way around. We just need to privatize that. The building is perfect for individual spaces and offices. It already has the electricity and the water and the sewer, and it has HVAC, and it has swamp coolers, and it's like concrete. I mean, it's just an amazing site. It's flat, so getting ADA accessibility is going to be super easy compared to a lot of the other properties we've looked at. So it really is ready, and it did sound that everybody in city government wants to work together for this common good, and that we want it to be a win-win. So that's why we were really confident in bringing this forward, even though we'd rather it be way out somewhere else, but that's not feasible. It also is so close to the transportation and the medical and the shopping and all the things that we know that the residents are going to need. So I hope that helped shed light on the project a little bit.
Oh, and then I have a question about the structures. So you actually showed structures from Eugene, and then in your diagrams, they look different, like the manufactured structures that were on Pathways brochures initially. It sounds like you're unsure of what you're going with.
No, those are
have
still
you
very
decided?
viable solutions, but what these are more of a 3 to 5 year structure that we can get up now with the fundings and have them up immediately. Like I said, we have the ability to build these now.
So you're starting with those,
yes,
all
exactly.
those, and that's what was budgeted for,
Yes.
those
Yes.
things. Okay. And then I think I had one more
Okay.
question. Oh, so Pathways to Stability is a fairly new NGO that was formed. I understand it's with U-Turn that's dealt with addiction recovery for men.
Right.
I don't even know if they stay there or you manage a camp or whatever, but what experience does Pathways have with actually managing, if any, a large group of homeless people? And if not, how do you plan?
So we do have experience. Our current facility is 166 acres out on Riverbanks Road, where we house anywhere from 30 to 50 people, depending upon the time in the season. But we also have facilities all throughout the United States and across the world. So we've been at this for U-Turn for Christ has been at this for over 30 years now. So we have a lot of practical experience dealing with addiction, dealing with homelessness. It's what we do. I personally have been involved in homeless outreach for over 20 years, from Southern California up here in both places. So we have a lot of combined experience in the various groups, and it's something that we've done for a long time, and we've seen proven results. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, at one time in Paris, California, U-Turn for Christ, I was overseeing 105 men in first phase, another 50 in second phase, and another 32 women in their women's ranch. So 150, that's right around the same that we're kind of used to flowing with. So we've got experience. Pathways is a new nonprofit, but what's really strong about Pathways is you can adapt options. All the MOUs that you see that are signed, it's a collaboration. People have been working in this area for a long time locally, and so we're just all trying to we're just trying to bring us all together to solve this issue. And that's why, one of the questions I keep hearing about is, what's a 5-year plan? A 5-year plan is that we transition that property to apartment complexes or low-income housing because we don't have a homeless issue anymore.
And also, we are new, and that's part of the reason why Mid-Rogue is going to be our fiscal sponsor, too, for the first couple of years.
What does that mean, they're going to be your fiscal sponsor?
So in other words, all of the money expenditures will be handled through them. So in other words, there'll be accountability for whatever is going through there. All of their practices, all of the accounting will go through them. So it's like having another level of accountability beyond what our program is, because, you know, we are technically a new nonprofit. So, you know, it'll be based on their years of experience, their structure, all of that.
And
oh, yeah, she could probably, why am I answering for Susan when she could answer it? Susan?
Hi, I'm Susan Clark with Mid-Road Foundation, and we have been a fiscal sponsor for Ivy Hope Solution, which is the equivalent of Foundry Village in Illinois Valley. We've been the fiscal sponsor for Recovery Cafe. We've been the fiscal sponsor for, I forgot, Mint. Yes, for the warming shelter as well as for their vehicle. And so we have experience doing this. We will provide the accountability and transparency of what's happening with their funds, both the fiduciary and the accounting. So.
Thank you. And sorry, one more, Rick, he's anxious to go. So initially, Pathways to Stability had Built for Zero and dropped Built for Zero, and now Built for Zero's back. So I'm just wondering what's up with that.
So we never really dropped Built for Zero. What we did is, see, the one thing about Built for Zero is it's scalable to your community. And so for us, what we're doing with Built for Zero, they've always been behind the scenes supporting us either through data collection, all of the things that they have, you know, that they do really well. And they are taking a greater increased role, one, because the model that they have for, you know, that they've developed is something that, as we've gone in this process too, we've kind of transformed our thinking a little bit too, because of course you don't know what you don't know. And then as you get into this process, we realize that they have all the structure, they have all of the accountability, they have all the reporting mechanisms that are required for an initiative this big.
Rick?
So, discussion of neighborhood impact. Do you have a curfew or time of entry and exit for the?
We do, and it's in our operations manual. And so, Jeremy, I don't recall, what's the time? Was it 10 o'clock? Yeah.
Okay, and do they have a time in the morning also when they should?
So in other words, so they don't go out too early in the morning.
Yeah, and that would also kind of depend on whether they, you know, if they're working, you know, swing shift or late shift,
Right.
Then they would be able to come in and out. And that's one of the things that we're looking at as far as the security aspect, is there would be RFD, you know, badges that they would have to scan and come in and out. So we'd be able to track who's coming in and coming out at what time to make sure that, yeah, well, if you're working at 2 a.m., that you're able to go in and out, that other people aren't going out. So that's one of the things we are doing, looking at to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I wanted, actually, my questions may have been answered, but I'll ask them again as I did with the last applicant. So what do you see your program year 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5? Just an overview.
So obviously, within the first year, it's about getting up, developing, you know, the infrastructure at the facility, getting the facility itself up and going. So after that, we already have developed a long-term solution to all of this. So basically what it would be is taking it from paper to actual boots on the ground, getting it up and going as the residents come in, as we, you know, we've been doing this, as I said, for a long time. We've been in the community for a long time. So I don't think there's much of a learning curve for us because we've already been doing this. And regardless of this grant, we'll continue to do it because that's our heart. It's not about, you know, initiatives or programs, but it's about the people. It's about our community. I grew up here, and when I grew up here, we were an all-American city. That's what we were known for. Now when you Google Grants Pass, it's about the homeless things. Let's get back to being an all-American city, a place where families feel comfortable moving back to, and that's our goal in the next 5 years, is to transform lives so that our community can be transformed to what it once was.
Okay, thank you. And I think you answered this before, but you were saying you were a housing plus, and your focus was first on safety, but to be clear, you are also meeting that low barrier. And could you go into a little bit of detail about that?
So, of course. So what it is basically, it's low barrier to entry. So in other words, come as you are, as I said, but you're going to be required to take the steps to improve yourself, to better your life. If we're going to invest in you as a community, then we're going to, it's a hand up, not a handout. You can't just go there and expect to, just stay there and not change or not want to change. So what we do, though, is we provide an opportunity to satisfy the lawsuit or the injunction in the sense it's reasonable, it's objectable, or objectively reasonable in the sense that we're providing someone a place to stay. We're providing them services to get them out of their current situation. And at that point, if they choose not to, or if they're a bad actor or whatever, then they can be dealt with legitimately by law enforcement or whatever it is. So for us, it's a model that not only has accountability for us, but it has accountability for the people who are going through it. We'll move mountains for someone who wants to change, but they got to take the steps. And that's the whole continuum of support that we're talking about. You may come in, a resident of one of the encampments, but if you follow the steps, you're not going to leave that way. You're going to leave self-sufficient. And, the question's been asked, how long can someone stay there? They can stay there as long as it takes for them to be prepared to go out and be self-sufficient, or to be maybe to enroll in the Gospel Rescue Mission that has a bunch of great programs, or whatever it is. So we want to bridge that gap. We want to get them to a place of self-sufficiency, a place where they have hope, a place where they have a future, that's bright. So.
And I think you answered this as well, but it's a 24/7 managed site.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And I guess, let's see, that answered that. So my last question, I think then will be, is you guys have been working on this for 8 or 9 months. So what would you say makes you, or would you say you have learned in that process for this community, and how does it make you uniquely qualified to step in and get this going right away?
I think what makes
does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I think I understand, and I'll let Julie answer part of that, or Jeremy too, they can step in. But kind of what makes us uniquely qualified is, one, we're a collaboration of organizations that have already been doing the works in this community. So basically what we're doing is taking, the sum of the parts and bringing them together in a coordinated effort to help, the unhoused of our community. It's something that all of us already have a passion for. Take the money away, take this grant away, whatever, we were still doing it. We'll still continue to do it regardless. But, it's something that we've always done. We've always had a heart for. This is our community. This is what we do regardless. Before there was politics, before there was newspaper articles, before there was any of this, we were doing it on a grassroots basis. We were working with some of these other organizations. We were doing all of this. So we have the experience. We have we know the community. We know the culture here. We've made partnerships that go far beyond just our MOU partners. We have results. As I said, we've seen people leave this environment. And now our business owners who are doing great, who are raising children that, with good values. We've seen all of that. We've been a part of all of that for a very long time. And, this is just an opportunity for us. We saw a need in the community that was much larger because of injunctions and all of that. And we've stepped up. It hasn't been easy. We've taken a lot of fire. We've taken a lot of, negativity. But we also keep our eye on the reason why we're called in this community, and that's to support, not only to support the unhoused, but we're here for the community in general. Like I said, I want to see this place get back to what it once was. And Jeremy?
Yeah, that's a great question. I remember when Cassie and I first met, Cassie was kind of like this with me, and now when we see each other in meetings, we smile and we talk. Over this 8 months, we've developed friendships. We've been in meetings together. We're either on Zoom meetings or we're doing homeless task force meetings. We not only developed a coalition, we developed friendships. We actually all realize that we all care about what goes on. I've taken a lot of heat. I mean, I've taken hits like I've never thought I would take, but you can ask Pastor Kevin and Julie. They get emails from me at 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm putting documents together, papers together, going out in the community and actually trying to do something. And I volunteer my time full time. And like Pastor Kevin said, we just want to see this community thrive again. We know it's solvable. We see it's solvable in other cities. And if all this passed away and the grant and everything went away, I think one of the things that I would really take away from it is the friendships and the collaboration and the trust and the unity that we all have now by just being in these meetings together. And it's kind of, and I'm not trying to put any other applicant under the bus, but I don't see them at the homeless task force meetings. I don't see them at these steering committee meetings. We have been doing this for months now, meeting with one another and trying to figure out what is going to work. And I think we've got a good plan. We've got a solid plan. Is it perfect? No. Are we going to have to work through some issues? Yes. But will it work? Absolutely. I think it'll work.
I'm not going to wrap this up, but I know everybody wants to go home. Some of the things that are really unique to Pathways, and I've been in this community since the 70s, and my whole career is all about safety and security of communities. So I take this really personal. There's been a huge gap for a really long time. We've got so many great nonprofits that are working really, really hard to make the greatest impact in homelessness, mental illness, and addiction that they possibly can. Unfortunately, it's a multifaceted problem requiring multifaceted solutions. It's going to require all of us. So when we started having conversations less than a year ago and say, there's a huge gap here. Mint is doing amazing work at the lowest barrier level. Gospel Rescue Mission, U-Turn, Adapt, Options, et cetera, all doing really great things. But what can't they do? And what they couldn't do is manage a low barrier camp 24/7 with security and stabilization and transitional housing. So many of the nonprofits that we work with have housing, but they also, a lot of them have waiting lists. And so you have somebody that's finally ready to go into treatment and they can't go because there's a waiting list. Or they come out of treatment and they're back on their feet and they're clean and sober, but they haven't found a location to live yet. We have transitional housing. So all we tried to do is bring the experience and expertise from all the good work that was already being done, and they're all at the table, ready and willing. In our weekly conversations with the steering committee is, okay, day one, how does it start? Who's going to do what? Who's going to lead this assessment? What's going to be the process for developing the individualized plans for each of the people coming on site, so that there's a stabilization process, a jumping off point. They're getting able to, like we said earlier, get a shower and do their laundry and have a meal and a good night's sleep, so that when they have the opportunity to go for a job interview or to get back on their feet in some capacity, that we're doing that. So we're reducing duplication and increasing the collaboration, but also the effectiveness. We're just looking for sustainable solutions. And we've said from day one, we never wanted to manage homelessness. We want to do everything we can to eradicate it with everything we can. And I think we have all the pieces together to do it until today.
Oh.
President Marshall, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay,
Is this a good time?
I believe so.
This is a time for questions. We're still in interviews.
Did you have a question?
No, I was wanting to make comments.
Oh, okay, so then, thank you, Stephanie. So let's save comments till after, and are there other questions for this applicant? All right, Joel.
How soon do you anticipate knowing if you have that site or not?
That obviously is partially up to the county. They wanted to have the public forum as soon as possible. We kind of put the brakes on it until after this, but they were wanting to have it even, within a week of the last time we met them. So we'll move as quickly as we can in this process, and if selected, we'll definitely keep the council, up to date on how that's going.
Okay, thank you.
One thing we're ready to move as quick, like Pastor Kevin, as quick as possible. We've got policies, procedures. We've been meeting weekly with our steering committee meeting. As soon as we get the green light on the property, we're ready to go. We're ready to start breaking ground and push forward as quick as humanly possible. Absolutely.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
And thank you to all of our applicants. That was a marathon, and you guys all held up really well underneath all of the questions. And so I want to thank all all 4 of our applicants, but all 3 of our applicants who interviewed today. And now we are going to be moving on, and Stephanie will move us along here.
I was going to be able to make a comment.
Oh, yes. Yes, I think that should be, hold on, let me look at our agenda. So under discussion, which actually is coming up next, so let's have Stephanie move us along, and then I'll have you up first with your discussion, Kathleen.
All right, thank you.
So moving forward then, the next segment of our program tonight is on discussion. So what we're going to do is we'll be walking through the questions on the scoring sheets. Again, we'll go in alphabetical order, so we'll start with the diversion by design. Council members will be able to provide comment regarding how they determined what score should be awarded, and your focus on this should be on the information received through applications, staff comment, and the interviews, and how that supports any scores you may have done. We're not necessarily trying to reach a consensus on scoring with this, so we don't need to come up with council agrees that a score should be blank, but rather share your thought process and the information that you relied on, because you may be looking at things a little bit differently than another council member, and that may change the way that they view the same information. You can change your scores on your scoring sheets during the discussion, and then I guess if you are persuaded that there's a reason to see things a little bit differently, after, I guess, Aaron, did we decide that we have somebody that can enter numbers into the spreadsheet, or am I going to be doing that when we get there? Okay. I have a spreadsheet I can hand my computer over, so once we get through each scoring sheet, so we'll start with diversion by design, we'll discuss the questions there, then we will have you turn in all of your scoring sheets, and I know there's at least one that has those electronic, so you can email me that at that point, and then we'll have somebody behind the scenes tabulating, putting those into the spreadsheet while we move on to the next one, so I don't have to do all of those at the end of the discussion. Maybe take at least 10 minutes off of our timeline for tonight. So are there any questions about how we're going to proceed through discussion? Okay. Then with that, I will pull up our scoring sheet for diversion by design. And the first prompt is describe the problem faced by the city of Grants Pass, including data demonstrating the size and scope of homelessness within the city. Does anyone have comments or discussion on that component? Okay. Moving.
No discussion items? Okay, moving on.
I just wanted.
Did you have a discussion point on diversion by design?
No, I think Stephanie was talking about if we had a comment on the homeless population in general, or was it just in regards to diversion?
The first prompt that we were on the scoring sheet, so any discussion about the applicant's description of the problem, including size and scope.
All right, I don't think so.
Okay. Next, describe the barriers to accessing safe shelter faced by homeless individuals in Grants Pass. Is there any comment or discussion on that? Okay.
I don't believe so. Oh,
This is going to take forever. Can I suggest we just say 1A, B? I mean, I don't know that you have to read it all, unless the other counselors need to hear it.
It will take a long time. So there's a couple of different ways we could do it that way. Just say the 1A, B, C, and D, or we can just have you, if there's any in particular that you want to raise, and we'll jump up and down in the scoring sheets. Do it that way? Okay. Then, anyone have any of the components that they want to provide comment or discussion on?
so we're moving just under like narrative, the entire it's category. That makes sense.
Might be easier if we did it
would be
number one, anything on project need. There's 3 different components there. Okay.
I don't believe so.
Number 2, site.
Rick?
So I have a question on 2B concerning sewer. Do we have a timeline when sewer would be available in that location? Because that's a new 6 months out or a year out. We're in the industrial park.
Diversion by design. So Spalding.
Are you asking me?
No.
Oh, no.
Brad, do
Well,
we have,
there's the project's under construction at this moment
It
in
is.
terms of Spalding itself. So, you know, I guess what I can't answer for you, and we probably need Public Works here for, is the capacity of that main that's being installed as part of the project that's happening right now, its capacity to handle any new flow. And that's a Public Works question.
so in that segment, is there any estimated completion date? 6 months, a year from now?
RMB Magazine is on a pretty aggressive schedule. I could look up to see when their permit, you know, is going, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I'm just looking for a ballpark.
Yeah.
Is 6 months realistic or optimistic?
Well, for the RMB Magazine, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions on site A, B, C through F? A through F? Rob?
So the question I have on F is, it says describe how the shelter site will avoid or protect environmentally sensitive areas. And someone has the opportunity to potentially get 2 points there, but what happens if somebody has chosen a site that is not near any environmentally sensitive areas? Should they get the 2 points or 0 points? Because they're basically at a disadvantage of 2 points, but they may have chosen a site, and may even been one of the reasons they chose their site is that it was not near environmentally sensitive areas. So how are we supposed to score that?
I think that's up to council, which route, what you think the appropriate outcome would be on that.
So if you feel that somebody, even though they didn't mention anything specific they're doing to protect environmentally sensitive areas, if their site is not near any environmentally sensitive areas, they could potentially get a 2. Okay.
All right, I think we're moving on to activities and operations, so that would be 3A through H. Any questions? I don't believe so.
All right.
So we would be moving on to
Outputs.
4 outputs, and that would be A through A.
A and B, I believe.
A and B, sorry, excuse me. A and B, any questions? And next would be budget narrative, and that would be
1 through 5.
1 through 3 under budget
1 through 3.
narrative. Any questions? The next section would be a Memorandum of Understanding. That would be 1 through 5. Do we have any questions? The next would be Letter of Experience, and that would be 1 through 5. Do we have any questions? I believe that finishes our first application.
It does, and if we can collect the scoring sheets for diversion by design. It's just, yeah, by score, it should be pretty easy to just go down, like 1, 2, 3.
Are we, oh, okay, all right.
Do you need our-
Are we signing these or, yeah? We should or? Okay, thank you.
I'm going to be a minute.
President Marshall?
Yeah, just-
Yes.
Just please make sure that your name
Can I
is
just-
clear for me.
Can I just clarify that my scoring sheets are present?
Your scoring sheets have already been entered into the spreadsheet. If you have any changes, you can email me and we'll make sure that gets included.
All right, thank you.
All right, and now we are, oh, we're still waiting, okay.
Where was the one that was a mistake? Wasn't there one with a mistake? Yeah, there is. So, Stephanie, it may be too late now, but there's a, I guess I'll say it for everybody. It may be too late now, but I don't know. It seems as though we have a mistake on one thing. It's kind of minor, but I should have pointed this out earlier. I'm surprised nobody else caught it. So on the site here, hey, right, it says 5 points available, but there's no 5 choice. So it's a mistake on our form.
It is. It looks like that got cut off, so I think anything above and beyond what the last piece on there would be rated a 5, or the last piece on there, however you choose to rate it. If you think it earns 5 points, give it 5 points.
Yeah, that is true.
It would be 2B.
2D?
Under which section? B is in boy.
No, it's 2A.
Oh,
A.
sorry, I was looking at the highlighted one.
Yeah.
2A.
You already have mine, I think. Okay. Did I need to look at whatever it was you were talking about?
I don't think so. You put points there, so.
Did I miss it's on the next page?
No, you got all that on the
I
next
got-
page.
okay.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Okay,
You're
thank you.
complete. Thank you.
All right, then we'll move on. I think we have, wait till our seats come back. We are back at having full capacity for inputs.
All right, so we are going to move on to our second applicant, Elk Island Trading Group, and we will begin with
project need.
Narrative?
In the narrative.
In the narrative,
Section
okay.
1, the project
Narrative, project need, and that would be A through C. Do we have any questions?
Questions, comments, or discussion?
Or discussion, thank you. All right, moving on, under site, A through F. I'm sorry, moving on to site, A through F. Do we have any questions or items for discussion? All right, then we will move on to 3, activities and operation. We have A through, is it H? A through H. Do we have any items for discussion there? Moving on to outputs, A and B. Do we have any discussion items or questions for outputs? And under budget narrative, 1 through 3, do we have any discussion or questions? Moving on to Memorandum of Understanding, 1 through 5. Do we have any discussion items or questions? Moving on to letters of experience, 1 through 5. Do we have any discussion items or questions? All right, I think we are finished with this.
All right, then I will come collect those scoring sheets if you have your final scores.
Thank you. I'm slow.
That's okay.
Do you want someone to read numbers to you?
No, it's okay. I'll get there at some point. You'll be way faster than me, yes. Hey, Stephanie. We have someone that is giving point half numbers. So they just round up or round down. Okay. I don't have Seth's here. I don't have Seth's.
No, he's sending them to me by email.
Got it. All right, that's one group done. Oak Island. So you'll have to fix this. This tab was on Tinder Technologies.
Okay.
So whichever one I just did.
So when you filled in first, can you fill in the tender tab?
Because that's what it was resting on. Just relabel it. This one is now Elk Island. Thank you. Eric. One.
All right, then. Oh, we got one. We'll wait for one to come back. Just in case we're missing Counselor Schlegel, so
Oh, okay.
when he
So
comes
wait
back.
just a minute.
Yep.
Okay.
We want to make sure that everybody has a chance to actually provide input.
Okay.
All right, I believe we are back at full house.
All right.
So then with that, we will.
Okay. Oh, yes, we are. Yep. All right, so now we are moving on to our third applicant and Pathways to Stability. And on the narrative, A through C, do we have any points of discussion or question?
So project need A through C.
Oh, A through C. Did I say 1 through 3?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
You said just narrative, A through C.
Oh, okay.
So it's-
Project need, narrative project need. Apologies, A through C. Any discussion items? Rick?
Since we have time to talk, I thought 1B, I thought the points that they presented concerning the barriers was really a good response. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other points of discussion or comments or questions? All right, we will move on to site, and that is A through F. Do we have any points of discussion or comments or questions on site A through F? Rob?
Yeah, it was my understanding that basically we were judging these based on what people brought us today, what they brought us on when it was October 9th. They have no site. To me, anything to do with site is a 0 because it's purely speculative, and the county commissioners have given no indication that they're moving in that direction. Anything else is just, I think, fantasy at this point.
Any other points of discussion? Rick?
I just want to look at the Form 2A under the value. It has 1 through 3, and yet 5 points were available. So I inserted 5 as available. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Indra?
I struggled with this whole site thing as well. As I've said earlier. There is no site, there is no, we don't know if they will get that site. It's a big process with the county. And so I don't know how to even score that, because it's all based on the site. And if there's no site secured, it's impossible to do that. So that was my struggle.
Other points of discussion, question, comments? All right, so we will move on to activities and operations, and that is A through H. Do we have any questions, points for discussion, comments? Rob?
Well, again, for me here, we've got anything that is site-related, describe the amenities that will be available. Well, without knowing the site exactly, we don't even know what kind of structures they'd be able to afford or what the structures would look like or anything else. So to me, anything that is related to site, which then turns into budget issues because they may have to pay for a site, I can't possibly give them any points at all because they didn't bring us a site today.
Any other points of discussion, comments, questions? We will move on to outputs. We have A and B on outputs. Are there any question, points of any items for discussion, questions or comments on outputs A and B?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring in my comment. I'm not sure which line item this fits into, but I just want to say I thought it was well thought out to start with women and children, disabled, elderly, veterans. I thought that was a really good aspect of your site plan and your activities and how you're going to start the project. I was very impressed with that.
Thank you. And just for clarification for the audience, Kathleen had to turn her pages in, so she can't see physically in front of her which one we are on. So that's why she's making the comments that might be out of number there. So thank you, Kathleen. And we will move on. We just did outputs, is that correct? Okay. And now we will move on to, it looks like budget narrative. And we have 1 through 3. Do we have any discussion items or questions or comments? Indra and then Rob?
Yes, this is another area I struggled because without the site, I don't see how you can put together a budget if you don't know if you're leasing it or buying it, if you have to pay a lease. We didn't hear about that. So that was a struggle to score.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't a struggle because it was easy. They have no site. But, I have to wonder, we've been told many times legally over the last couple of years that the city would be wise to distance themselves from a property legally from a liability perspective, which is why the city has always tried not to lease or not to have a lease situation in any of our considerations. I have to wonder, even if the county were to, which is, again, a stretch at this point, were to decide to lease this, what happens when the county realizes that there could be considerable liability to them for leasing? What happens when they decide there's going to be additional insurance for doing that, et cetera? There's so many different aspects, and we know that at least one of the commissioners looks at a lot of leases with great detail. So there's so many details involved with a lease. We had one applicant today who's going to be investing $1 million on a property. I think we had another one, it was about $200,000 for the property. On this one, we have absolutely no idea what Pathways is going to have to invest in a property. No idea, nothing to go on, completely in the dark. How anyone could score their budget stuff with anything other than a zero, I can't understand.
Seth?
I don't think any of these applicants have a site, so I feel like these should be judged equally, so.
I guess I would have the comment that, and maybe there's a comment from online too, but, okay. But that all of the sites are contingent upon different things. So I think that we were tasked to score the application based on the application. So that's how I did it, and I felt comfortable with the answers to some of the comments that are coming up now. Other questions or comments, Rob?
The other two applicants that I'm considering, they all at least had a dollar figure in their budget plan. There's a dollar figure based on agreements and understandings with landlords. Pathways has no dollar figure because they have no agreement or understanding. That's the huge difference.
Other questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a comment. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say thank you, Pathways, for coming back a second time after the frustration with the first grant process. And I'm just amazed that you came in under budget after being over budget last time. And I'm also impressed that you have a contingency fund of $50,000 appropriated for unforeseen things. I thought that was really smart in the budgeting and funding process.
Okay, any last comments, questions? We'll move on to...
Hey, Victoria, this is the mayor.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. Even though I'm not scoring, I do want to weigh in on this. None of your applicants brought you a signed document that says they have a secured property. None of the applicants provided that information within their application. And I did listen to the Pathways interview, and I believe it was Kevin who was leading that, who said that we're working with an agreement with the county as not secured, but that agreement for whatever they were going to do with that property was outside of their ask for the grant. So it's not even worked into that grant money request that they offered. So I just wanted to add that in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Indra?
Clint, since you brought that up, can you expand on that? This is the first I've heard that he didn't present that. So are you saying they're working on a deal outside of the grant? I'm trying to get clarification.
Did you listen to did you listen to the interview? He specifically said that they were working on it. That's where I got it from. He just specifically said that they were working on a deal with the county that was outside their ask for the grant. If you actually read their application, there's nothing in the application that quotes a budget item towards their property. So this is exactly what I learned from the interview and reading their application.
Well, I'm actually here in person, and I did hear the interview, and I did read the application, and I'm just getting clarification because it's not in the budget. And so I'm wondering if that, so I'm just getting clarification. So that property is going to be secured outside of the budget of the grant. That's what I'm asking, and I did not hear that in the interview. Is that what you heard? I'm just asking.
That's it. That's what I heard Kevin say in his interview to you guys. He was asked that, and I heard him say that they were securing it outside their ask. I heard that because I don't know anything more than you heard today either. And from reading the grant application, that's what I heard today. So unless I misheard him, I apologize then.
We're all
Okay.
adults here, and we should be kind to each other.
Okay, so we are going to move on to Memorandum of Understanding, and we have 1 through 5. Do we have any questions, comments, points for discussion? Eric?
I just wanted to touch on one there. I noticed that there was a lot of many nonprofits there that they were pulling together, so I scored them high on that one.
Thank you. Other points for discussion, questions, comments? We will move on to letter of experience. We have 1 through 5. And do we have any questions, comments, or points for discussion? I believe we are finished, folks, with this portion. And okay.
All right, this will take just a few minutes while I finish up with the tabulations, and then we will come back and discuss the scores and what your options are.
Thank you.
Clint would know more because he's been talking to him outside of council. Why, he knows everything.
Council President, maybe we can do a recess for a few minutes and come back.
Oh. Okay, so we are going to take a 30-minute, I thought you said 30? Because that's probably what I wanted in my mind. So apologies. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be coming back at 5:52. Thank you.
To me, it would have been faster if somebody would just give the scores to her and she just told them.
Okay, I believe we're all back. All right.
All right, thank you for your patience while we calculated the numbers. We had the ability to get them all entered into the spreadsheet. The order is as follows. The highest number of points was earned by Pathways to Stability with an average score of 74. The next highest was Elk Island Trading Group with a total of 331 points and an average score of 66.2. Followed by Diversion by Design with an average of 57.87 points. So Pathways to Stability is our #1 scoring applicant.
Eric?
I would like to make a motion to prepare a draft contract and work with Pathways to Stability agreement back to the council.
I have a second.
I have a question.
Discussion?
I second it.
Okay, actually, I had a question, but that, we can discuss, that's fine. So, how, would there be a contingency, like maybe the little detail of them having a property?
That would be a requirement that we would include in any grant agreement, is the successful ability to obtain property.
And how long would we give them to come up with that?
I would take my guidance from council on what you'd like to see there.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion items? Not items, but any more discussion on the motion? Indra, and then Joel.
Well, it's exciting to be able to move forward in any way and make any sort of progress, and I appreciate all the applicants who stepped up to help. I just want to get them out of the A Street unmanaged site, but I also want to see that it's a long-term viability, it's going to be sustainable in the long term, and as you already know, I'm really worried about the location and that lease, and I'm just wondering if we don't have it secured, we're gonna be back to square one. And so I would like to see a date, I don't know, because now we're gonna turn away, the second runner-up, I guess, and to go away, and will they even wanna do it if no property is secured? The other two do have properties secured, and or at least an understanding of securing, but this is just a shot in the dark, and I'm really, really concerned about that. And I'm concerned about putting on an application that you have negotiated and they are actively going to do this when that is not the case. So that was an untruth on the application, and I have grave concerns about that. So I have a little bit of lack of confidence in that, and I have more confidence in Elk Island, I'll just say that. I felt like he gave great answers. He, he's not from here, but he's working with Mint, who's been on the ground working in our community. So they are local and they know what they're doing. I guess my main thing is, and I would prefer Elk Island, I would say that. My main thing is they're doing it. So we hear from Pathways, and I'm being objective. I mean, I don't want to put anyone down. I'm happy that Pathways is stepping up, but my main thing was we hear, let's do it, and all this time, Pathways hasn't done it. They haven't done it. U-Turn has a program, they're doing their thing, but Mint actually did it without city money. They did it, and Bernie actually did it without city money. So their passion to help in my opinion, is so huge, and I'm not saying that Pathways doesn't have a passion to help, they obviously do too, but they actually did it on their own, and to me, that's really important.
Eric?
I would like to make a comment.
Eric, and then Kathleen? And then Joel, sorry, okay, sorry, Joel.
So I said from the beginning that I'm going to weigh heavily on the drug addiction because that is what is causing a lot of the problems we're having today here in these temporary resting sites. Everything pulls back to drug addiction, the crime, all of that goes back to that. I found that the best candidate for that was Pathways to Stability because they have a program that focuses, and all the other applicants didn't really come out and say that they were wanting to focus on the drug addiction problem. They just, it was more of a let's just go ahead and do the bare minimums and not actually have a treatment program, whereas Pathways to Stability, they came out and they said that they have a program to where they are able to convince, or not convince, but start bringing incentive programs, I believe the exact verbiage was, incentive programs for these individuals to be able to get off the drugs. Because bottom line is, if you're drug addicted, you're not going to get off drugs unless you have an incentive to do so or hit rock bottom. That's just not happening. We're seeing that right here in these temporary resting sites. There's no incentive for them to do anything except for stay there and keep staying in the same spot. And what's happening there is crime is just rampant. And we're beholden to the laws here in Oregon. So obviously, we we settled on an injunction, which we have to be able to abide by. So that's what we're doing with Pathways to Stability or this grant program. They were able to meet a lot of the requirements that I felt were important regarding the drug addiction. Now the others they stepped up too, but I felt that Pathways to Stability had the best program for that to be able to help these unfortunate people, which will then help us close down these temporary resting sites, God forbid. So that being said, I think that's why I made the motion that I did. Thank you.
Kathleen?
Okay, it took me a minute there to unmute myself. I just want to say, I think Pathways to Stability has the most solid package. They are satisfying the community members that want to see the homeless helped, which equates to compassion. And they're also satisfying the residents in our community that want to see people get the help they need, which is the other side, accountability. I think it's a perfect match, a perfect balance, and that's why I seconded the motion.
Comments? Other comments? Oh, John. I keep wanting to forget you. I'm sorry. And then Seth.
That's okay. It's not okay. No, it's okay. So from here on out, it's a non-political thing. If I wanted Connor, right now that's irrelevant. If I wanted one or the others, it's irrelevant. We got the highest point getter. They don't have a property secured. Those are the facts. We got to deal with facts. And so there's going to be a contingent in the offer, I would guess. that would say, you got so many days to get that property. And then if you don't, that's a fact. And we can't put we can't offer a grant to an entity, as you know, that doesn't have property that's to use the grant. So then we'll have to come back and look at the other applicants and see where we're at. But you need to have a reasonable amount of time to where you get the property to spend the money in the contingency. And I think what's important right now is that we put politics aside, we put our personal opinions aside, and we do what's best for the city and for the people over here and across the way, and make some progress. So let's just deal with fact. Don't deal with my opinion. That's done now, and we got the highest score. We need to go forth on that. It'll have a contingency on it with a certain time limit that is fair. And if that can't be considered, then we'll have to come back and look at the other applicants so that we can move forward as a group and not just play politics about what we want to do or where we want to go. That's my opinion. And so let's just deal with facts.
Seth?
Yeah, Joel, that was great. I resonate with a lot of that. You know, I want to thank everyone that applied. You know, I tried to score everyone fairly. You know, I did think Elk Island, you know, had some good things to say as well. You know, I was a little concerned with just, you know, the overall management of it long term. But, you know, I thought Bernie did a great job, answered some great questions. A couple things, you know, I would encourage Pathways to immediately get out and start canvassing the neighborhood around the potential site, regardless of what the commissioners decide to do. That's what Rogue Retreat's done in their past in Medford, and really just explain what the plan is. And then I do think the county should be involved in this. I think they owe the city some assistance to everything that's happened. And this goes before even just this instance in time. I feel like it's been kind of ignored in some instances. So I encourage everyone to talk to commissioners and yeah, push this thing forward.
Indra?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Joel, I didn't know this was political. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen anything political. So, okay, I didn't understand that. Like, there's nothing political about it at all. I mean, we're trying to find the best way forward, and I want progress. I've always just wanted progress and moving forward. And so my huge worry is that it's a huge hope that the county will lease N Street. And if we're 2 weeks or a month down the road and they don't, what happens? That's a real possibility. And then, Joel, you say, go back to the other two applicants. Well, maybe the other two applicants say, adios, I don't want to do it. And then we're starting over again. And then we're having A Street for another 2 months or so. That is my big concern. And that is why, I mean, that's my main reason. It's really nothing else that I can't support the Pathways is the location lack of.
Rick?
I think we had 3 good applications today and really some great ideas, and everybody that presented different aspects. I feel as a council it's good to see we're moving forward. I mean, we can sit here all day and say what if, what if, what if. So we have a direction now, and I think we should go forward. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll just go ahead and have a roll call. We will start with Kathleen on, well, I want to repeat the motion. The motion is to advance Pathways to Stability to contract. And So on that motion, Kathleen, how do you vote? And then
Yes.
we'll go down. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. And we'll go down the line, starting with Joel.
As long as there's that contingency on the property, yes.
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 No?
No.
And I vote yes, and so this motion passes. And does staff have direction?
Yes, we do have direction. One thing I think we should do is from just clearing expectations is the acquisition of the property in the proposal. I'd say that we already have a date established that we are supposed to come back to you with an agreement and a contract for you to sign in November, I'm sorry.
November 5th. was
November
the
5th. So
schedule.
I would say that the property would need to be, unless council says otherwise, we have a timeline saying November 5th, you'll be taking action on this motion, and the property needs to be acquired by the November 5th meeting date unless you tell us otherwise.
Well, we just voted on the motion to advance them. It seems to me like if we come back to vote on that proposal, maybe it'd be more appropriate
Well,
to
we
do
had
that at that time?
we had a published calendar for this.
Right.
And this was all part of the published calendar with council taking action at, again, was it the November 5th meeting?
Oh, she turned it off, sorry.
I guess my
Up there.
point was maybe right now is not the time to, do we need to make that decision now? Or do we need to make it on November the 5th?
I just wanted to make sure that I had clarification from council, because I don't want questions from one or two council members like, when are we going to see this again? Or we don't have it on your agenda for November 5th to award because a property hasn't been acquired. So I would like to get some additional clarity on how long would you like for them to be able to try to acquire the property before we look at alternatives?
I think we should keep to the calendar. Yes, Rick, and then Joel, and then Indra.
So I'd be in favor of keeping the current calendar, and I guess the question is, if the Board of Commissioners has the opportunity to view this between now and that date, if we find out they're unable to keep that deadline, we do have the option of also extending it to a future date, but not to keep going out too far. Thank you.
Yeah, that feels a lot better to me, other than to, yes, I like that. And so I think I had Joel. I'm sorry, I don't want to keep anybody out. If you had a comment, you're next after Joel.
Well, it takes care of my concern.
Well, we're voting to award on November 5th. I think we should have them have a property or secured by that, or at least something saying it's likely that they can do it before we give a grant award for $1.2 million.
So my point is that they would have that agreement already solidified, which would make their grant application and your award whole. Is that by November 5th? That would be on your calendar if they were able to acquire a lease for that property.
Okay, so that's what okay, I heard something different. Thank you.
And I think Rick was saying that there might be a little, if we know that's not going to happen and it's not a month or a year or whatever, that it would be appropriate to extend.
And if
Yes.
we do know that, if we do know that there's the possibility for an extension that needs to be discussed by council, we should know that by, let's say, Halloween, and we could bring it to the November 3rd council meeting as a agenda review topic, and we could adjust it at that point.
That sounds perfect to me. All right, I think we have all of our agenda items taken care of. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Yeah.
I motion to adjourn.
Second, thumbs up. Thank you all. Thank you all the applicants, and thank you to all the counselors and all the staff.